Chapter 1529. The chief gods instantly became vigilant. The other party had the advantage in numbers, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. However, Lu Chun was floating nearby, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Once they missed this opportunity, they didn't know if there would be another one in the future. "This is a Jiuqian matter. Don't interfere," one of the chief gods said in a low voice. However, the leader of the strange beasts was clearly not one to be fooled. "A Jiuqian matter? Look at where you are now. Since you are in outer space, it's not your place to act impudently here." The chief god narrowed his eyes. "Lu Chun killed your mad demon war god. Why are you protecting him? He had a fair fight with the mad demon war god, and he was stronger. If he won, he won. We accept it wholeheartedly. He's much better than these supreme gods who only care about digging and not burying." The leader of the strange beasts said, "Besides, he has already set the rules. The Jiuqian gods are not allowed to wage war against outer space. If he dies, then wouldn't you have the chance to break the rules? Men, go and check on the 9. The strange beasts from outer space took advantage of their numbers to check on the 9 and brought them back. Lu Chun is not dead yet. The spiritual energy in his body is in chaos, probably caused by the recoil. 5 of the 8 supreme gods are seriously injured. 2 of them have injuries that are hard to determine, and 1 has died. After this news spread, the Jiuqian gods were shocked. You're lying. How could one of the 8 supreme gods have died when they joined forces?" The chief god shouted angrily. "I'm warning you. Hand over the 8 supreme gods. Otherwise, even if we use all our forces, we won't let you take the supreme gods away." The leader of the strange beasts pondered for a moment before saying, "We've already given you the bodies of the 8 supreme gods, but it's impossible for us to give you Lu Chun. Now, return to 9th heaven. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. If you agree, we'll return the bodies of the 8 supreme gods to you. If you don't, we won't be afraid of you." The chief gods looked at each other. This was the best outcome they could hope for. After all, this was the outer world. If they were to really fight, they would definitely not benefit from it. Furthermore, if the otherworldly beast army were to regroup, then other than the mad devil war god, the 8 paramount gods, and Lu Chun, the otherworldly beast army would still be stronger than them. After weighing the pros and cons, the 8 deities had no choice but to accept the other party's terms. Seeing that the main god had agreed, the leader of the mutated beasts gave his subordinates some instructions. Not long after, a group of strange beasts brought the 8 over-gods to the front of the gods' camp. "You can all scram now," the leader of the mutated beasts roared. The deities were furious, but they didn't dare to stay any longer and left the area. The leader of the mutated beasts looked at Lu Chun and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Give him the life-sealing pill first, and then we'll leave." Lu Chun slowly woke up and found himself in a strange world. At the moment, he was lying on a soft pile of licorice. Above his head was the dome of the cave, surrounded by the sound of spring water. When Lu Chun turned his head, he saw a clear mountain spring flowing not far away. Lu Chun came to the side of the mountain spring and drank a few mouthfuls of the spring water. He felt refreshed and sweet. "Where am I?" Lu Chun was a little confused for a moment. "Little beast." Lu Chun called out Little Beast and the others and asked them about what had happened earlier. Little Beast told Lu Chun what had happened. "What? The mutated beasts saved me?" Lu Chun was a little confused. "Why did they save me?" "Dad, I didn't expect it either. But if you had fallen into the hands of the 8 deities, you definitely wouldn't have ended well. Also, these mutated beasts did help you recover. Rhubarb, do you know what happened?" Rhubarb said, "It should be because you promised the armistice agreement. As for whether there were other reasons, I don't know." At this moment, a sound came from the door. A few giant beasts transformed into human form at the entrance of the cave and slowly walked in. "Celestial Emperor has woken up?" A beautiful woman with almond-shaped eyes walked in front of Lu Chun with a smile. "As expected of Celestial Emperor Lu, you actually recovered from such serious injuries in 1.5 months." Lu Chun was surprised. "I was unconscious for 1.5 months? Why? You think it's too long?" The The power of heaven's origin unification is enormous. It contains the 8 great origin powers of the universe's deities. It's enough to destroy heaven and earth. You're lucky to be able to keep your life. The woman said with a smile. I can only say that the life-reversing God-Fiend set is indeed a treasure that can change the world. Lu Chen looked at the woman and said, Are you a mutated beast? The woman smiled. Mutated beast is what you call us. We are also made up of 10,000 races. Maybe you don't like our appearance, so you gave us such a terrible name. Lu Chen frowned. Then who are you? I'm just an unimportant person, that's all. Your battle with the 8 overgods was simply too big of a commotion. We just happened to be passing by, so we decided to save you. Although Lu Chen still had some questions, it wasn't the right time to ask. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you for saving my life. The woman giggled until her entire body shook. Oh my, Celestial Emperor Lu actually thanked me. I'm really flattered. However, since you said it was a life-saving grace, isn't the word thank you a little too perfunctory? Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. What does Miss want me to do? As long as it doesn't go against my standards, I'll do my best to help. The woman paced back and forth in front of Lu Chen, muttering, A favor from Celestial Emperor Lu. You have to make good use of it. What he said made Lu Chen a little flustered. All right, I've read some stories of your human race. Isn't it popular to marry someone? Lu Chen almost vomited blood and died. Seeing Lu Chen's embarrassed look, the woman couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look at how serious you are. I'm just joking. In pursuit of martial arts, Celestial Emperor Lu has never been interested in women. I've heard about this a long time ago. How can I force him? Lu Chen was confused. He stammered, where did you hear this from? Although Jiuqian and Outer Heaven haven't fought a large-scale war in recent years, with the opening of the Jiuqian Passage, many people from the Jiuqian have come out to train. Naturally, we've heard about it, the woman said. Lu Chen shook his head. This woman's way of doing things was a little wild. It was best not to provoke her. Anyway, if Miss needs my help, just come and find me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave, the woman hurriedly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I want to reconstruct my friends' bodies and revive them. Revive your friends? Yes, to be precise, 3 spirit pets. Lu Chen said. Lu Chen had been a little careless in his battle with the 8 supreme gods. The power of Tianyuan unification had far exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. That was why both sides had suffered. However, Lu Chen had already obtained the divine blood of those 8 people. That meant that Xiao Min could be revived. Little Green and the medicine boy could also be revived. Chapter 1530. Lu Chen specially returned to Jiuqian and went down to the 2nd layer of heaven to bring the medicine boy over. He hadn't seen the medicine boy for a long time. When he heard that there was a chance to be reborn, he still hadn't reacted. He didn't say a word along the way and looked dazed. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Little Tong, you weren't like this in the past. Little Green said, Boss, don't joke about Little Tong. He must be very nervous right now. Actually, I'm also very nervous right now. As he said that, Little Green's eyes started to tear up. We never thought that we would be able to be reborn as normal people one day. Lu Chen realized that this matter was extremely important to Lu Yi, the medicine boy, and Xiao Min. He didn't even have the mood to nag the medicine boy. Lu Chen stopped smiling and hugged Lu Yi's shoulder. Silly girl, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? Let's go. That beast woman said that we need absolute silence to refine the pill. He found a world full of spirit energy for me. No one will disturb us. Let's go over now. Okay. On a green planet full of life, there were plants everywhere. However, there weren't any strong beasts. Currently, there were only some weak creatures. Hunchi, this place is not bad. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The air was fresh and mixed with the smell of soil and plants. It made one feel refreshed. Of course, this is a new world full of life. It will help you refine the 9 Revolutions Soul Rebirth pill. Lu Chen smiled and cupped his fists in thanks. Thank you. Lu Yi had already prepared the Chaos Cauldron. Lu Chen raised his hand and 8 drops of blood appeared in his hand. Little Green, I don't know who the war god is now, Lu Chun said awkwardly. It's okay, boss. I'll put the war god's blood on the godly phoenix wings. If the godly phoenix wings have the netherworld flame, it means it's effective. Lu Chun also did not know how to refine medicine. In short, if Little Green had a way, then it would be easy to handle. 8 drops of overgod blood dripped onto the godly phoenix wings, but the godly phoenix wings did not react. Lu Chun was a little anxious. What's going on? I've collected the blood of all 8 of them. There's no way I'm mistaken. At the side, the female exotic beast who was watching Lu Yi's refining process suddenly spoke up. Can I interrupt? Lu Chun looked at the woman and did not stop her. Seeing that Lu Chun did not object, the female beast continued. I'm also an alchemist. The woman said, the recipe for the 9 Revolution Soul Rebirth pill is very ancient and has been passed down for a long time. However, the required medicinal ingredients are basically impossible to gather. I didn't expect you to actually gather them. Lu Chun shook his head. Don't tell me that's what you're going to say. No. What I'm going to say is that the blood of the god of war mentioned in the recipe symbolizes fearlessness and bravery. Only the blood of the god of war recognized by the godly phoenix wings can activate the fire of the netherworld. Only then can your friends have a chance to be reborn from the ashes. In my opinion, the 8 overgods are not brave enough to fight against you alone. Therefore, even if they have the title of god of war, their blood cannot activate the fire of the netherworld. Lu Chun frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said, Little Green, if activating the fire of the netherworld requires more than a simple title of god of war, then try my blood. With that said, Lu Chun cut his palm with his finger and blood seeped out. The moment Lu Chun's blood dripped onto the godly phoenix wings, the godly phoenix wings instantly ignited with blue flames. The raging flames soared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. If not for the fact that they were using the godly phoenix wings, the wings would have been burned to ashes in such flames. This really works. Everyone was astonished. Little Green, quickly start refining, Lu Chun said urgently. Little Green nodded and placed all the ingredients he had prepared into the pill furnace. Underworld flower, reincarnation vermilion lily, heaven-mending stone powder, blood of the god of war, godly phoenix wings, heart of the outer demon. Seeing Lu Yi place the ingredients one by one into the cauldron, she turned his head to look at Lu Chun. The difficulty of obtaining each of these ingredients is unimaginable. Moreover, these ingredients are completely useless to you. I've never seen a beast tamer or spirit tamer go to such an extent for a ghost pet. Lu Chun smiled slightly and looked at Lu Yi, who was currently refining pills. The eyes of the medicine boy beside her were filled with gentleness. In my opinion, they're no longer ghost pets. They're the people closest to me. On this journey, they have done too much for me. Of Lu Chun's 3 ghost pets, Xiaomin had followed Lu Chun the earliest. In the first 4 levels of consciousness transfer, she had blocked countless fatal attacks for Lu Chun. Afterwards, she had even risked her life to save Lu Chun. The medicine boy had been diligently helping Lu Chun grow ingredients in the wild monster army. If not for him, with the speed at which Lu Chun consumed pills, Lu Chun wouldn't have been able to support himself. As for Lu Yi, there was no need to talk about her. She was already Lu Chun's right-hand woman and was indispensable. Lu Chun was looking at Little Green and the medicine boy, while she was looking at Lu Chun. Everyone said that Solipsistic was arrogant, ruthless, and didn't show any mercy. However, who would have thought that he was actually such a righteous person? No wonder you couldn't hold on. She said thoughtlessly. You care about too many things. The refining process required several days. Lu Chun couldn't help Lu Yi and could only wait patiently on the side. The 4 beasts were also very nervous. Their relationship with the ghost pets was like brother and sister. With Little Furball's strength, other than Lu Chun, Little Furball listened to Lu Yi the most. Only Lu Yi could make these fellows stop fighting. Can Xiaomin revive? I miss her. Rhubarb rarely didn't cheer from the side. Big Sister Green said that Xiao Min might only remember a portion of her memories after reviving. She wouldn't have forgotten us, right? Little Critter said nervously. I don't think she'll forget me. Xiao Min and I met the earliest. As for you guys, if she forgets, then forget. As long as she can revive, anything is fine. At worst, we'll just rebuild our relationship. Rhubarb rolled his eyes at Little Critter. After the Jiuqian, the skies suddenly turned dark, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. She looked at the sky. The heaven and earth anomaly has reached its final moment. Little Green put a ball of white light into the cauldron. This was Xiao Min's remnant soul that she kept. Xiao Min's situation was special, so she needed to refine and refine at the same time. The clouds in the sky rolled, and the thunder grew louder. Lu Chun, this kind of heaven-defying pill will definitely send down a pill tribulation. Pay attention and help Miss Green block it. She said. Lu Chun nodded and flew into the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of heavenly lightning bolts landed on Lu Chen's body. Following that, even more heavenly lightning came rolling. Lu Chun didn't move like a mountain. Little Green, focus on refining. Call me for the pill tribulation. Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts fell. Suddenly, Lu Yi raised her hand, and the cauldron lid opened automatically. A girl slowly rose from the chaos cauldron. This girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She opened her large eyes and looked blankly at everyone in front of her. Chapter 1531. Lu Chun hurriedly descended from the sky. Lu Chun, Little Beast, Rhubarb, and Xiao Yuan squeezed in front of the little girl. Little Fur Ball lay on top of Lu Chen's head, and 10 pairs of eyes stared at the little girl. She really looks exactly like Xiao Min. Nonsense. She's not a puppet. This is Xiao Min's former appearance. She's a living person now. Does she still recognize us? The girl in front of him was as pretty as carved jade. She had a rosy little face, thick eyelashes, and a pair of big and round eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Min frowned. Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Then, Xiao Min looked at Little Beast. Are you my father? Everyone was a little disappointed. Lu Yi had said that Xiao Min might lose a lot of her memories. Now, it seemed that she might have lost most of her memories. Are you my father? Xiao Min looked at Little Beast with her big eyes. Do I have a father? I don't know why, but I feel very sad when I think of my family. But I feel very close to you when I see you, as if you're my family. Hearing this, Lu Chun felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Xiao Min still remembered that her parents had passed away, so she mistook them for her own family. It would be good to let Little Beast be Xiao Min's father, so that he wouldn't be idling around all day. Little Beast smiled and pointed at Lu Chun. Silly girl, I'm your big brother. He's your father. Lu Chun was a little taken aback. This kid refused to be a father and insisted on being her big brother. You're my father? I feel like you're Xiao Min's father. Facing Xiao Min's expectant eyes, Lu Chun took a deep breath. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was a guy who had been single for decades. Why did he have to become a father again? However, Lu Chun couldn't bear to refuse Xiao Min. He smiled and said, Silly girl, you don't even recognize your father. Of course, you are my father. These are the clothes your brother wore when he was young. Put them on first. After all, Lu Chun had rich experience in being a father. He definitely helped Xiao Min put on Xiao Min's old clothes. He touched Xiao Min and said, How come you don't remember anything after sleeping? I still have an elder brother at home. When we get home, I'll take you to see him. Creak, creak, creak. Harry Ball waited for a long time, but Xiao Min did not mention him. He anxiously stood on top of Lu Chen's head and tried to attract Xiao Min's attention. You are Little Fur Ball? How do I know your name? Everyone turned pale with fright. Xiao Min actually remembered Little Fur Ball's name. Even Lu Chun didn't have such treatment. Roar. Little Originator looked at Xiao Min and appeared particularly well-behaved. Xiao Min frowned. Is this a white tiger? I'm not afraid of it at all. Little Originator lowered its head in disappointment. It seemed that Xiao Min didn't recognize it. Lu Chun smiled. Little Originator, you don't have a fixed form. You started to use this white tiger form when you were at the 5th layer. It's normal that Xiao Min doesn't remember it. When Xiao Yuan heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Xiao Min, no, I didn't know how to speak at that time. Rhubarb suddenly said unwillingly. Woof, woof, woof. After barking a few times, Rhubarb looked at Xiao Min expectantly. Xiao Min looked at Rhubarb and immediately hid in Lu Chen's arms. Dad, what is this? It looks so scary. The little beast couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, Rhubarb. Weren't you very confident before? Xiao Min is actually afraid of you. Ha ha ha. Rhubarb's face darkened as he tried to explain. What do you know? It's because my image has changed too much. If it was the original me, Xiao Min would definitely remember it. Xiao Min, Lu Yi came over. Sister Lu? Xiao Min directly called Little Green's name. Lu Yi smiled. It's great that you're back. We all miss you very much. Miss me very much. But I don't remember the past. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't remember the past, we still have a long way to go. We will have more memories in the future. Xiao Min nodded heavily. Lu Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Min was finally resurrected. Furthermore, she was completely resurrected in the form of a human. The first ghost pet that he had subdued finally had a good result. Little Green, you and the medicine boy? LVE smiled faintly and opened her palm. 2 transparent red pills were suspended in her palm. She gave one to the medicine boy. Lu Chun nodded his head in relief. Hurry up and eat. Lu Yi put the pill to her mouth. Suddenly, tears fell silently and the pill didn't enter her mouth. Little Green? What's the matter? Lu Chun asked curiously. You guys are just rebuilding your bodies. There's nothing to worry about. Boss, if we are resurrected, then we won't be your ghost pets anymore. Lu Yi was already crying. I don't want to leave you. Lu Yi cried and put her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. Boss, I don't want to rebuild my body anymore. I don't want to rebuild my body either. The medicine boy walked to Lu Chen's side with tears in his eyes and hid his face on Lu Chen's waist. Lu Chen's throat tightened and his eyes reddened. He hugged Little Green and the medicine boy and said with a choked voice, Don't mess around. Who said that you guys would leave me? Boss, we aren't in spirit form. You can't always bring us along. You don't know how to plant herbs, and you don't know how to refine medicine. Every time you fight, it's so dangerous. How can I heal you if I'm not by your side? That's right. Look, you don't know how to refine weapons. Mulong was willing to help you, but didn't you still leave him in the 7th layer of heaven? You have so many friends and relatives. Look at how many years you only return to Earth once. Little Beast's eyes were red as he watched from the side. He said with a sobbing voice, That's right. My brother Liu Yao is already over 30 years old. Dad only went back to spend 7 years with him. And those Jiutian friends, I reckon that if Dad doesn't descend to the lower realm, he won't be able to see them in this lifetime. Hun Shi looked at Lu Chun as if he was looking at a monster. No way. The great Emperor Lu Tiandi doesn't know how to refine medicine or refine weapons. If that's not it, then what does he know? Little Beast's face was full of tears as he said, Fishing and cooking. Both of them are already immortal level. Hun, she almost fainted. Fishing and cooking. Lu Chun, you have time to learn fishing and cooking, but you don't have time to refine medicine or refine weapons. Lu Chen's face was also filled with black lines. It was originally a touching scene, but it suddenly turned into a meeting to expose his shortcomings. He helped Lu Yi and the medicine boy up and wiped away their tears. Little Green, medicine boy, you can stay in any layer of heaven. You can also go to Earth. My home is your home. Wait until I pass through the 9th layer of heaven and save Father. I will stop walking. At that time, you can teach me how to grow herbs, refine pills, and refine weapons. Now, take the 9 Transformation Soul Rebirth pill. Under Lu Chen's insistence, Little Green and the medicine boy took the pill. 2 golden lights descended from the sky and enveloped Lu Yi and the medicine boy. Not long after, the golden light faded. Lu Yi and the medicine boy were already different from before. Their figures were no longer in spirit form. They already had a physical body. Chapter 1532. Little Green, Xiao Min, and the medicine boy all had their own bodies. Lu Chun looked at the three of them with gratification. Little Green, Xiao Min, Medicine Boy, since you have been reborn, you can start cultivating as normal people. You guys follow me to the sixth heaven and learn the cultivation method of the demonic academy. You guys can cultivate on Earth for the time being. Wait for me to come back from the Jiutian to pick you guys up. Boss, when did you go to the ninth heaven? Little Green looked at Lu Chen worriedly. I'm still worried about you. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Well, let's go to the sixth heaven first. Demonic Academy? Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the plaque in front of the gate. No way. It has already become an immortal academy? It has only been 40 years, and it has already become an immortal academy? It was forbidden to fly in front of the gate. From time to time, there were disciples coming in and out. Lu Chen only took a glance and could see that the aptitude of the disciples here was not weak. Let's go. I sent a sound transmission to Etion and the others in a sea of clouds, but they did not reply. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Chen led the group and walked towards the gate. Please wait a moment. A disciple stopped Lu Chen's group. Who among you received the test notice from our academy? Sorry, only those who receive the notice can enter the academy. The others need to wait outside. In addition, please show me the notice. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Test notice? What? You don't have the academy's test notice? Then please stop. The academy's rules state that non-academy disciples cannot enter the academy. Lu Chen thought for a while and realized that these new disciples did not recognize him. His position as the dean was passed on to Yi Fan. Now he had nothing to prove his identity. However, the gatekeeper's attitude was not bad. He was polite and courteous. It seemed that the later deans of the demonic academy had done a good job. This little brother, the current demonic academy, immortal academy, who is the current head? Lu Chen asked. Our dean is Dean Xianyuan, the disciple said. Xianyuan? Lu Chen had never heard of this name before. He then asked, Are Sea of Clouds and Etion still there? The man frowned slightly and his attitude changed. What do you mean by that? The two mentors are the senior mentors of our academy. They are now at the peak of the human king realm and are preparing to enter the seventh heavenly layer. Of course, they're still here. Lu Chen was shocked. Those two fellows were also about to break through? Little brother, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I'm an old acquaintance of yours, so please pass on the message. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The two of them definitely didn't know that he was back, so he might as well give them a surprise. Just tell them that a friend wants to visit them. Sorry, I can't. The gatekeeper disciple sternly refused. I think you are here to cause trouble. Although our Divine Devil Immortal Academy has a rule that we treat everyone equally, it doesn't mean that you can come here to cause trouble. Lu Chen frowned. Little brother, why would I come here to cause trouble? Not cause trouble? Oomph, the man snorted. You said that you are friends with our senior mentors? If that's the case, why don't you have their sound transmitting talisman? You just call me little brother, so I didn't argue with you at first. Seeing that you are still young, how old do you think you are? Lu Chen frowned. This little friend, speaking of which, haven't you seen the statue in front of the 10 halls? Lu Chen still remembered that there was a statue of himself in front of the 10 halls. On it was written something like a curse of not marrying. That statue is the statue of our Divine Devil Immortal Academy's founder. It has been sealed for a long time. Lu Chen was a little depressed. He came to the Demonic Academy, but he was actually blocked outside. Lu Chen was blocked, and the gatekeeper disciple misunderstood Lu Chen, causing him to be a little emotional, which attracted many other disciples. Come to our Divine Devil Immortal Academy to cause trouble? This is the first time I've heard of it after so many years. Friend, you just said that you're an old acquaintance of Master A.C. of Clouds and Master Etion. Then how could you not know that the two of them are already in seclusion in the Star Sky Illusion Realm? Divine Devil Immortal Academy does not bully others, but that does not mean that we are afraid of trouble. The little beast looked at these people impatiently. Do you know who you are talking to? Who are you talking to? You are quite arrogant. Then tell me, who dares to behave atrociously in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? The little beast said coldly. All of you have to call my father ancestor. Even if Master AC of Clouds and Etion came, you would still have to bow to my father. Chattering nonstop, all of your aptitude is barely passable. How come your knowledge is so poor to this extent? The Demonic Academy has been upgraded to an Immortal Academy. How come the entrance requirements have been lowered? If we want to break through this door, even if all of you from the sixth heaven came stop us, you wouldn't be able to stop us. Lu Chun pulled the little beast. Forget it, they don't know either. Don't look at them from our point of view. After all, this is the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. If we force our way in, wouldn't it be like a flood rushing into the Dragon King Temple? The little beast's anger still hadn't dissipated. It muttered, "Dad, don't be long-winded with them. A group of ignorant brats." Lu Chun cupped his fists towards the others. So Old C and Etion are in seclusion. No wonder. That's good. Sorry to disturb you. With that, Lu Chun was about to leave. At this moment, a sword chi came whistling from afar, directly exploding 3 meters away from Lu Chun's feet. A deep and loud voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? Everyone looked toward the sky. It's Zhongxian Ji's Mabe Sr. Senior Mabe is already an 8-star human king. That sword chi, just now, this person didn't even have the chance to react. The Divine Devil Immortal Academy doesn't allow you to easily make a move, but Senior Mabe doesn't care so much. Ha! Come, teach this group of frogs at the bottom of a well a lesson. Mabe? Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Very good. Finally an acquaintance came. Mabe instantly flashed behind Lu Chun's group. The Divine Devil Immortal Academy's rules are strict, but I'm not a member of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. I advise you to go now, G. Before the word scram could be finished, Mabe saw Lu E turn around and forcefully swallow the half of the word. Senior Mabe. Lu E looked at Mabe with a smile. Green. The little critter also turned around and looked at Mabe with a mischievous smile. Senior Mabe, what did you say just now? Small. Mabe instantly realized something. His eyes stared at the back figure in the middle of the crowd. Was it him? Was it that person? Why did he become shorter? Wait, the little white mouse standing on his shoulder. For a moment, Mabe's voice was choked with emotions. No way, it can't be you. You must be joking with me, right? Lu Chun slowly turned around with a smile on his face. Old friend, can you help me? It seems I can't enter the Demonic Academy. After more than 40 years, seeing that guy again, Mabe already shed tears. Can't enter the Demonic Academy? What a joke. He quickly rushed in front of Lu Chun and fiercely slapped Lu Chun's shoulder. Stinking brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look. Chapter 1533. Mabe looked at the surrounding stupefied disciples and frowned. I say, you guys actually don't recognize him? Senior Mabe, who is he? The guarding disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and asked. The little critter complained, don't you guys see the 10,000 world shadow stone? Mabe said, the matter of your 8th heaven has indeed been passed down, but this time the battle between Lu Chun and the 8 gods happened suddenly, and the most important thing is we don't know if you were alive or dead in the shadow stone, so the Divine Devil Immortal Academy didn't release it to the disciples. As for the battle with the Mad Demon War God 7 years ago, back then you had white hair, golden armor, and demonized great illusionary arm. In addition, your appearance and aura have changed greatly over the past 2 years. It's normal that these little fellows don't recognize you. Don't talk about them. Even I almost didn't recognize you just now. After all, 40 years have passed. Lu Chun smiled. It's fine. Don't listen to the little critter. I didn't take it to heart. It's just that right now, I have no way to prove my identity. Mabe, please bring me in. Ha. This is too interesting. The dignified founder of the Demonic Academy is actually stopped outside the academy. Ha. Mabe laughed loudly. Lu Chun and Mabe were casually chatting. As a result, the surrounding disciples of the God Devil Immortal Academy were all stunned. From Mabe's words, even an idiot would know who Senior Mabe was talking about. 8th heaven, the one who killed the demonic war god, Lu Tiendi. Of course, he was also the founder of their divine devil immortal academy, the ancestor. You are? Solipsistic? The guarding disciple seemed to be struck by lightning. His body stiffened and looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. This disciple deserves to die. I didn't know that the ancestor had personally come. I deserve to die 10,000 times. As he spoke, the guarding disciple was about to kneel down in fear. Lu Chun raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted that person's arms. No matter, as a guarding disciple, it's your duty to deal with strangers carefully. It's my fault for not identifying myself. However, since you don't know me, I'm afraid that if I reveal my identity, you'll think that I'm here to cause trouble. This disciple didn't look down on others, which Lu Chun was satisfied with. That disciple's heart surged. He had long heard that when the ancestor of the divine Devil Immortal Academy established the academy, he was extremely amiable and easy to get along well with the other disciples. Seeing him today, it really was the case. Lu Chen's identity was finally exposed, and the surrounding disciples immediately exploded. It's our patriarch. My God, quickly go back and tell the senior and junior brothers. Heavens, I actually saw a living ancestor. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Tiendi, he's my idol. Back then, when the other academies looked for me, I chose the God Devil Immortal Academy precisely because of him. Patriarch has returned from the 8th heaven? This can't be real, right? I can't believe I actually saw Lu Tiendi in my lifetime. Oh my God. Greetings, Patriarch. Lu Chun faintly smiled. Patriarch sounded like he had aged several hundred years. After waving to everyone, Lu Chun followed Ma Bei into the academy. As soon as Lu Chen's group left, a group of people surrounded the disciple who was guarding the gate. Hey, Junior Brother Young Wind, you just stopped the Patriarch. Awesome. Even the Mad Devil War God and the 8 Supreme Gods could not stop the Patriarch, but you actually stopped him. Ha ha ha. Young Wind, you can brag about this for the rest of your life. Quickly tell us the details just now. Young Wind could not be considered a top disciple in the academy, but suddenly he became a famous figure in the academy. For a moment, Young Wind suddenly felt like a star disciple and proudly said, "Look at you guys. Do you need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? You want to know what happened, right? Actually, it's like this." Ma Bei walked while secretly looking at Lu Chun. Lu Chun frowned and asked, "Ma Bei, is there something on my face?" Heh, of course not. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. Hey, how did your battle with the 8 overgods turn out? Ma Bei couldn't help but ask the question he was most concerned about. Both sides suffered heavy losses. I still underestimated the power of heaven's origin unification. Supreme gods are indeed very strong. I don't want to listen to your personal feelings. You also know that it's a bit difficult to make others resonate with you. You said both sides suffered heavy losses. What exactly happened? Ma Bei directly skipped over Lu Chen's feelings. The 5 of them were seriously injured, 2 of them are still alive, and 1 of them died. As for me, I just happened to be saved by someone. What, you killed a supreme god? Yes, it seems to be the supreme god of death. Perhaps he was the weakest of them all. Lu Chen said, "My God, it's only been 40 years, and you're already invincible in the 8th heaven." Ma Bei took a deep breath. "You're too scary. Fortunately, our Zhongxian Ge changed our strategy in time and did not become enemies with you." Lu Chun smiled slightly. "Let's not talk about the past. However, you in a sea of clouds have already reached the great accomplishment of the human king realm. This is beyond my expectations. Us? This is the result of the 6th heaven's spirit chi recovery." Ma Bei said, "Do you know about the 6th heaven?" Lu Chen nodded. "I know a little. It said that in the few years after I left, the spirit chi recovery and the heavenly tribulation weakened. In short, I didn't make it in time." Yes, the heavenly tribulation has returned to normal now, but the spirit chi recovery is still continuing. Especially in the past 2 years. I think it has something to do with the battle in outer space a few years ago, Ma Bei said. Lu Chen nodded. "That's possible. A large number of gods fell, causing their control over the lower realm to weaken. When the path beyond the heavens opened, Part of the spirit chi from outer space also flowed into Jiuqian. As they chatted, the group arrived at the top of the mountain. Little Beast saw the divine demon arena leaderboard at a glance. The arena leaderboard was now occupied by a person called Jinbei. It showed that he had reached the 5-star Human King realm. "Dad, you didn't let me participate in this back then." Little Beast pointed at the leaderboard unwillingly. Luchin smiled slightly. "You were stronger than Yi Fan at that time. Did you still want to bully Yi Fan and the others? That kid still owes me money." At the mention of Yi Fan, Little Beastie recalled the debt collection incident. "I reckon that he ran away when we were on Earth just to avoid me." Mabe suddenly said, "Yi Fan came back once a while ago." "He came back." "Yes. He was also blocked at the entrance at that time. Later on, he sent me a voice transmission, and I rushed over," Mabe said. "Why are both of you deans the same? Why did he come back?" Lu Chun asked curiously. "He came back to collect evidence," Mabe said. "Do you still remember Yi Fan's feud? He told me that his enemy was on the 7th heaven and was an immortal supremacy. During the final battle of the human race, not only did the immortal supremacy not participate, but he also ran away to another planet to hide from the world. Now that Yi Fan has advanced to an immortal supremacy, it's time to settle everything." Lu Chun thought for a while and said, "Yi Fan is going to seek revenge on immortal supremacy, Ling Tian." Chapter 1534. Yi Fan didn't seem to be doing proper work all these years, but in the end he silently rose to peak immortal venerable. Although Yi Fan's fortune was not good, his strength was absolutely impeccable. "Dad, should we go take a look?" Little Beastie was a bit worried about Yi Fan. After all, the other party was known as one of the 7th Heaven's 3 emperors, immortal venerable Ling Tian Yishao. Lu Chen nodded. "That Ling Tian also plotted against me before, but I believe that Yi Fan won't blindly seek revenge. When the time comes, we'll just go and watch the show." Mabe asked, "Lu Chen, why did you guys come back this time?" "Oh, didn't you notice that Little Green is different from before?" "I noticed. You reconstructed Miss Green's body?" Lu Chen smiled. "Then you're actually not surprised at all. Anything that happens to you is normal," Mabe said calmly. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Mabe understood him more and more. Just as the few of them were chatting and walking, there was a light at the back mountain of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Mabe took a glance and said, "It's from the teleportation array. Seems like someone is rushing back." Sure enough, not long later, a few figures rushed towards Lu Chen. A sea of clouds shouted from afar, causing the group of Divine Devil Immortal Academy disciples to be shocked. "Dean, this teacher," a sea of clouds came out of seclusion, "and teacher, Tian. Wait, isn't the dean following them? Who is teacher?" a sea of clouds calling for. A sea of clouds didn't care about the disciples' astonished gazes. He rushed in front of Lu Chen and hugged Lu Chen, fiercely slapping Lu Chen's back. "Stinky brat, you still remember the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. You're finally willing to come back and take a look?" A sea of clouds said with a sobbing tone. Tian shook his head with tears in his eyes. "This is outrageous. You've already reached the 8th heaven. How long can a trip down here delay you? It caused us to sharpen our heads and head to the 7th heaven." There was a group of strangers following behind the two of them, and one of them was wearing a badge that said, "Principal of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy." Junior Xian Yuan greets the old principal. Mabe looked at Xian Yuan and said without a smile, "Xian Yuan, you are also a well-known figure in the 6th heaven. I have never seen you afraid of anyone. Good fellow, you are so nervous that you are even trembling when you see this stinking brat." "Senior Mabe, you must be joking. Since when did I that?" Xian Yuan's face turned red. Lu Chen smiled and comforted a sea of clouds and Tian. "Old sea, Tian, this is the current principal of our academy?" The two of them nodded. "This brat is also the most outstanding disciple in the academy. Although his potential is not as good as Yi Fan's, he is still very outstanding." Lu Chen nodded. In looking at the academy's current development, His ability is indeed not bad. Xin Yuan, what realm are you at now? Lu Chen asked. Xin Yuan hurriedly replied, replying to the old principle, I am now an 8-star king. Lu Chen smiled and patted Xin Yuan's shoulder. You are about to face your tribulation. Little brat, you don't need to be so nervous when talking to me. How can the principal of our divine Devil Immortal Academy be so submissive? Yes. Actually, I am fine with the others. It's just that when I see you, principal, the person I admire the most, I am still a bit nervous. The current Xin Yuan did not have the style of the principal of the divine Devil Immortal Academy. He was stammering like a newcomer. Ha, Xin Yuan. A sea of clouds laughed loudly. Lu Chen's temper is very good to his own people. If you have the chance to interact with him, you will know. Lu Chen, don't worry. Xin Yuan's attitude towards outsiders has always been very appropriate. He is not arrogant, nor is he afraid of the various great powers. Our Immortal Academy was even upgraded to an Immortal Academy in his hands. Lu Chen could not help but size up this simple man again. Oh, Xin Yuan, you are really amazing. All right, which disciple has passed through the star diagram formation? They have all passed through it. Our academy has gone through these years of development, and talented people have come out in large numbers. Together with the recovery of the 6th layer of spiritual energy, many people have already passed through the tribulation to the 7th layer. At that time, when I said that to upgrade to an Immortal Academy, they needed to pass through the disciples' star diagram formation, all of them did their best to pass through it. Within 3 months, they passed through the disciples' star diagram formation, setting a record for the 6th layer of heaven. Divine and demonic disciples were all geniuses. Becoming an Immortal Academy was only a matter of time. However, to be able to complete the upgrade in such a short period of time was also inseparable from Xin Yuan's management. Although Lu Chen was forced to become the dean and establish the Demonic Academy, seeing the academy's development today, he was especially gratified. Dean, how long will you stay this time? Xin Yuan asked with concern. If there is nothing else, then stay a few more days. Many students, including me, wish to meet you. Lu Chen looked at Ma Bei. Ma Bei, did Yi Fan say when he will take revenge? He did. Calculating the time, it should be around this month. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said to Xin Yuan, I'm afraid there is no time this time. Yi Fan wants to take revenge on Venerable Immortal Ling Tian. That Venerable Immortal also has some conflict with me. I need to go and take a look. Xin Yuan was a little disappointed. However, Lu Chen said something important. It seemed like he could only wait for the next opportunity. I came back this time to bring Little Green and the others to learn the Academy's mental cultivation technique. Heavenly word, nourishing matter mental cultivation technique, Lu Chen said. Senior Sister Lu? Okay, I will arrange a meditation room immediately. Xin Yuan hurriedly assigned tasks to the teachers who were still in a daze. Senior Sister Lu, Little Sister Xiao Min, and Little Brother Tong follow these 3 teachers to the meditation room. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen nod to them, she followed the 3 teachers to learn the mental cultivation technique. Speaking of this mental cultivation technique, Lu Chen, I still have to thank Yi Fan, Chu Tian, and Xiao Zhan. A sea of clouds suddenly mentioned the past. Do you still remember that this mental cultivation technique has many difficulties? Lu Chen naturally remembered. Otherwise, this mental cultivation technique would not have been abandoned by Zhongxin Ge. Those brats have very strong mental cultivation techniques. Logically speaking, they do not need the heavenly word nourishing matter. However, they still spent some time to decipher it layer by layer. Etian also said, that's right. These children all treat the divine Devil Immortal Academy as their home. In the blink of an eye, they have already gone to the 7th heaven. Yifan even came back once. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, Wu Xian, and Skyfall, none of them came back. Lu Chen said with a smile, they are all in the immortal spirit paradise. They probably saw Yi Fan leveling up so quickly and are all chasing after him. When they reach the immortal sovereign level, they will come back. While they were talking, the teleportation array in the back mountain suddenly lit up one after another. That is to say, the teleportation array in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy has already been upgraded to a top-grade teleportation array. Otherwise, it would not be able to handle so many visitors. Big Brother Lu Chun. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman rushed in front of Lu Chun. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Tian Xa? Lu Chun looked at the person in surprise. It was the young miss of the Royal Heaven Immortal Palace. Lu Chun. Tai Hao followed, closely behind. If not for a sea of clouds telling me, I really would not have known that you were willing to come back. Not long later, Li Wei and Yao He from the Phoenix Immortal Academy also arrived. He Xing and the others from the Celestial Fortress also came. The people from the various Immortal Academies, Sacred Academies, and Main Academies appeared one after another. In an instant, the guests in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy were crowded. Ma Bei saw so many people rushing over and could not help but sigh. I didn't even say anything, and so many people came from far away to meet me. What kind of appeal is this? Chapter 1535. Xian Yuan arranged his disciples to entertain the guests in an orderly manner. At this moment, he spoke appropriately and enthusiastically without losing his elegance. He was completely different from the nervous person he was when he saw Lu Chun. At night, a grand banquet was held in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Lu Chun was also in a good mood. Whether it was his former friends or rivals, he drank to his heart's content. Xian Yuan looked at Lu Chun in the crowd, shook his head, and sighed. As expected of my idol, someone who can subdue his opponents, he is truly the solipsistic of the world. At night, the guests dispersed. Lu Chun went to the former main spirit vein of Wu Yin Academy alone. He let out Thieving Heaven and Qiu Ying and turned to leave. This was the place where they spent 1,000 years. Lu Chun tactfully did not want to be a third wheel. Just as Lu Chun was outside the back mountain, watching the sunset, a beautiful figure arrived behind him. Lu Chun turned his head. When he saw the figure under the moonlight, Lu Chun was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Under the moonlight, the woman was like a pure fairy. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting the veil on her body, outlining her slender and well-proportioned figure. She raised her hand and elegantly untied the red ribbon on her long hair. Her long hair flowed down like silk. The moonlight made her beautiful face look even more gentle. Luo Yao, Lu Chun said in surprise. Luo Yao smiled. At this moment, her smile was even more beautiful than the moonlight. She walked to Lu Chen's side and sat beside Lu Chun. Why are you here? Why? I can't come. Luo Yao tilted her head and looked at Lu Chun with her chin raised. Don't you know that I came to the 6th layer of heaven? Lu Yi mentioned that the Jade Emperor went to the 6th layer of heaven. However, Lu Chun did not expect her to be here. Seeing Lu Chen's dazed expression, Luo Yao smiled. I joined the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Therefore, I am your disciple now. What are you off for? Do you think that my aptitude is not worthy of coming to the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? No. You have already shown your understanding of formless at the 5th layer of heaven. Although you are a bit older, it is only because of the Dongyu country that you did not come to the 6th layer of heaven. You're the old one. How can it be like this? The moment we meet, you despise me for being old. Why didn't you tell me before? Luo Yao lost control of her emotions. Lu Chun scratched his head. It seemed like he had said something wrong. However, Luo Yao was actually not that old. Although many people looked to be in their 30s or 40s, they were actually hundreds of years old. In terms of age, Lu Chun was at the bottom of the 6th heavenly layer. Fortunately, it wasn't the first day that the Jade Emperor met Lu Chun. After being angry for a while, she looked at Lu Chun and felt sorry for him. I heard that you are leaving tomorrow, Luo Yao said. Lu Chun nodded. Yeah, I'll go check on Yi Fan. And after that, are you going to the 9th layer of heaven? Luo Yao looked at Lu Chun with her bright eyes. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. If he saw this kind of gaze too much, he would inevitably fall for it. He turned his head and looked at the starry sky. Yes, Luo Yao sighed. I heard that the 8 great gods were unable to enter the Jitian even after breaking through. I don't know if I can go, but I must go. I know, you have always been like this. Luo Yao lowered her head. This topic was somewhat hurtful. Lu Chun ended the conversation again. He also felt a little embarrassed. That? You still have the ribbon I gave you? Yes, I have been keeping it. It's just that the color is a little faded. Then I will buy you another one. Are you used to the academy? Quite used to it. It's just that I can't last more than 10 minutes in the training space you leave behind. That you need to increase your spiritual energy level. How about this? I will teach you. What about Little Beast? Luo Yao suddenly asked. That kid drank too much. Oh, that's good. No, I mean teach me. Lu Chun stood up and held out one hand. A creation space appeared in front of him. Of course, the strength of this creation space was very low for the current Lu Chun. He could create it with a wave of his hand. Then, Lu Chun took Luo Yao and stepped into the space together. In the creation space, 1 begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. So if you want to last longer, you must try to restrain your spiritual energy as much as possible from the beginning. Lu Chun explained seriously. Try to relax your whole body and try not to let your spiritual energy dissipate. As Lu Chun spoke, he turned around and found Luo Yao standing in front of him, looking at him affectionately. Silly, I have already lasted more than 10 minutes. Luo Yao was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Chun. Lu Chun could smell the faint fragrance on her body. You have already lasted more than 10 minutes. Then, your current results are, before Lu Chun could finish his words, Luo Yao suddenly interrupted Lu Chun. Do you like me, or Miss Jiaoer, or Miss Mushang? Lu Chun's brain was in a state of blackout. The other party's attack was too fast, and it was a killing move. He simply couldn't react in time. Do I like Luo Yao, or Jiaoer, or Mushang? Isn't this a suicide question? Lu Chun didn't want to answer this question, but he was firmly attracted by Luo Yao's eyes that were filled with stars. He couldn't move his eyes away. Forget it, I don't care. Seeing that Lu Chun couldn't answer, Luo Yao said, as long as there is a place for me in your heart, then kiss me. Lu Chun's gaze fell on Luo Yao's fresh and tender lips. Luo Yao's red lips were slightly opened, like fresh and tender cherries. Does Luo Yao have a place in my heart? The red ribbon is probably enough to explain the problem. Lu Chun hugged Luo Yao tightly and kissed her passionately. Luo Yao's body was soft and fragrant, and she let Lu Chun hug her tightly. Lu Chun had been single for 80 to 90 years. This time, he would never let go of this opportunity. In the creation space, more and more flying swords shot out. Lu Chun didn't even have time to look at them, and directly shattered the creation space. Lu Chun pulled open the clothes on Luo Yao's shoulders, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Luo Yao's slightly hot breathing entered his ears, which made him even more lustful. When Lu Chun was about to take another step, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Dad, Sister Lu, and the others should learn to be good. The little beast instantly appeared in front of Lu Chun and Luo Yao. Suddenly, its vocal cords were stuck, and it stood there in a daze, looking at the two burning firewood. The little fluffy ball was lying on the little beast's head, staring at the two disheveled people with its big eyes. Little Originator also arrived and stared at the two. Sister Luo Yao, you are in the wild. Luo Yao's eyes were full of killing intent. The little beast felt that its life was seriously threatened. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I'm drunk. Everything is an illusion. You guys continue. Sister Lu and the others still haven't finished learning the mental cultivation method. How could they have finished learning the mental cultivation method so quickly? It's absolutely impossible. The sky is really dark. I can't see anything. The little critter suddenly turned around. Little Originator, let's go. The little beast urged. Rhubarb, don't think that Dad can't find you hiding behind the tree. Go. Luo Yao raised her head and leaned against Lu Chun, saying sadly, Why is the little beast always like this? Lu Chun shook his head. Maybe it's his talent. Then, shall we continue? Lu Chun sighed, kissed Luo Yao's lips, and then lifted the clothes on her shoulders. He turned to the woods and said, "Don't hide. Do you think you can avoid my imperceptible spiritual chi? Come out." Not long after, a group of people walked out of the forest dejectedly. The little beast, the little fluffy ball, rhubarb, little originator, sky thief, Chiomei Lu Yi, Xiao Min, and the medicine boy. Chapter 1536. So there are so many of you here to watch a movie? Lu Chun frowned as he looked at this group of troublesome fellows. "Boss, that we just happened to pass by." Lu Chun shook his head. This good thing was spoiled again. It must be little critter urgently calling for others to watch. However, Lu Chun did not blame them in the end. After all, to them, such a scene was probably rare. "Little Green, have you learned the mental cultivation method?" Lu Chun asked. Little Green looked at Little Critter and then at Kong Luo Yao. "Little Critter, should I have learned it well or not?" Lu Chun said snappily, "If you learned it well, then you learned it well. If you didn't learn it well, then you didn't learn it well. What should and shouldn't?" "Oh, I have learned it well. Since you have learned it well, then we should go." Lu Chun looked at Kong Luo Yao, who was leaning close to him. His tone was much gentler. "Luo Yao, wait for me to come back. And I will wait for you. It is best to leave Little Critter in the ninth heaven." Sister Luo Yao, "No, Annie, Mom, sigh, I'm so sad to hear you say that. I like you the most." Little Critter said aggrievedly. Rhubarb said disdainfully, "Little Critter, you said the same thing to Gio last time." Rhubarb, "I think it is better if you don't recover your memory." Luo Yao looked at the people around Lu Chun and could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Lu Chun, with them by your side, at least you will not be bored." Lu Chun nodded heavily. "Not only will I not be bored, but I will also have a terrible headache." Little Critter did not disappoint. It once again bumped into Lu Chun's good thing. Not only that, it also called others to peep. Although Lu Chun also had Luo Yao in his heart, he could not act out an erotic scene in front of everyone. He had no choice but to give up. The next day, Lu Chun sent Little Green, Xiao Min, and the medicine boy back to Earth. Then, he went to the seventh heaven. The human race's immortal domain was still in a state of disrepair. It was far less prosperous than before. After returning to the immortal spirit grotto heaven, Lu Chun discovered that no one from the Heavenly Passage sect was in the cave. Lu Chun sent a voice transmission to Mu Long, who quickly replied. Yifan was currently in the Kunlun Immortal Arena, battling Venerable Ling Tian. The battle was about to begin. "It's starting today?" Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Yifan had endured humiliation for so long, and now it was finally time for revenge. Lu Chun hurriedly teleported to the Kunlun Immortal Arena. At this moment, the celestial arena was filled with people. Two people were standing opposite each other in the arena. One of them was Lu Chun's disciple, Yifan. The other person was one of the few remaining celestial venerables of the human race, Celestial Venerable Ling Tian. There were too many people in the audience. Lu Chun found that there were no empty seats beside Mu Long, Chu Tian, and the others, so he stood in the back row of the audience to watch the battle. The battle between two celestial venerables is extremely rare, the audience beside him whispered. Isn't that so? It's said that Celestial Venerable Ling Tian and Yifan are from the same clan. Both of them have a blood feud, so they decided to fight to the death. At this moment, Yifan stood in the immortal arena with a sword in his hand, looking coldly at the man in his 40s in front of him. Yi Xiao, in order to obtain the cultivation technique, you didn't hesitate to kill your fellow disciples. Moreover, you plotted against my master. Today I, Yifan, will settle all the old and new grudges with you. Yifan said fiercely. Yi Xiao sneered. I didn't expect that when I slaughtered your clan, I missed you. You actually became a celestial venerable in such a short time. That's why the saying, cut the weeds and dig up the roots is true. I shouldn't have left a vile spawn like you alive. Yifan glared at Yi Xiao, his eyes burning with anger. This is called justice has a long arm. You're so cold-blooded that you slaughtered your clansmen. Don't you want to suffer retribution? Yi Xiao snorted. Speaking of which, I'm also your ancestor. Before you die, I'll teach you a lesson. Retribution? Yi Fan, it seems like you haven't learned the essence of it in the ninth heaven. Look at your clansmen. Where are they now? They've already turned into ashes and are sleeping underground. Look at Celestial, Venerable Pangu and the others. They insisted on participating in the War of the Clans, but look at the result. They've already fallen. As for me, I'm still alive. Not only that, but I also have a chance to go to the eighth heaven and become a deity. When I become a deity, do you think people will care about how I got to this point? No, they won't care because the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is an eternal truth. Yi Fan shouted angrily. You think you're qualified to preach to me? Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to become a deity. Today is the day you die. Celestial, Venerable Ling Tian. A crisp bell rang. Outside the immortal battle arena, 10 defensive arrays were activated at the same time. This was a battle between celestial venerables, so the defensive arrays were of the highest level. After the bell rang, the two of them activated their respective states. Interestingly, the two of them used the Celestial Emperor Protection Technique of Celestial Emperor Ye's Celestial Emperor Protective Technique. Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Ye's Sacred Heart Technique only has 8 levels, including body protection, sword techniques, and spells. However, I know everything you know. Yi Zhao's eyes were smiling. Others say you're amazing to become a celestial venerable in a few decades. However, your time is too short, and your accumulation is far less than mine. Besides Celestial Emperor Ye's Sacred Heart Technique, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Divine Skill, Heavenly Illusory Bell. Yi Zhao's whole body glowed with golden light, and there was a faint golden giant bell protecting his body. The little beast touched Lu Chen's shoulder. Celestial Venerable Ling Tian has been famous for many years. It's not hard to see from his way of doing things that he's an extremely selfish person. This kind of person definitely has a lot of wealth. Yi Fan is at a disadvantage. Lu Chun shook his head. Even if Yi Fan has been a celestial venerable for thousands of years, do you think he has any accumulation? It's impossible for that guy to have any accumulation. The little beast nodded solemnly. Dad's words made sense. At this moment, Mulong somehow found Lu Chun and suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun, Mulong, how did you know I was here? You sent a voice transmission, so I guess you might come. I just happened to see you. Mulong said. Oh right, I have something important to tell you. What's wrong? Mulong said. There's a bet outside, and Yi Fan has also placed his bet. If he doesn't bet, he wouldn't be Yi Fan. What's so strange about that? No. He bet on himself to win. Mulong's expression was serious. What? He bet on himself to win? What is this kid trying to do? Lu Chun immediately frowned. Although Lu Chun believed that Yi Fan came prepared, when he thought about his invincible fortune, he couldn't help but sweat for him if he bet on himself to win. Yi Fan said that you're going against the heavens, so he's going against the heavens too. Even if he loses every bet, he still has to bet on himself to win. Mulong shook his head and said. Lu Chen's expression was serious. At this moment, the two celestial venerables of the Yi family made their moves at the same time. Celestial Emperor Yi Art, Monarch Heart Sword. The two started with the same move. Instantly, the two turned into two streams of light and clashed head-on. Chapter 1537. The two separated upon contact, then charged at each other at the same time. Celestial Emperor Yi Technique, Heavenly Flame. Celestial Emperor Ye's Sacred Heart Mantra had a total of 8 layers. Under the same circumstances, the two used the same move as if they were mirror images. Inside the immortal arena, raging flames filled the sky. The 10 defensive arrays were hit again and again, their spiritual energy trembling. Yi Fan's combat ability is actually so strong. Mulong's eyes widened. When using the same move, Yi Fan's details, timing, and control of spiritual energy are all better than Ling Tian's. Lu Chen nodded. Yi Fan is indeed the one with the highest combat talent I've ever seen. However, Yi Fan has the Desolate Illusion Bell's godly defense. If Yi Fan wants to win against Ling Tian, he won't be able to rely on details. Mu Long said, Yi Fan must have his own tricks. I believe that guy must have a trump card. The real battle between the two hasn't started yet. The two people in the arena were already extremely fast. Apart from a few immortal venerables, the immortals present could no longer see the two clearly. This is the Celestial Emperor Yi technique's close combat sword technique. It's quite mysterious, Lu Chun said faintly. Both sides are alternating between offense and defense. Yi Fan is actually not at a disadvantage. Mu Long said. Lu Chun shook his head and said seriously, that godly skill is listed as a godly skill. It should be no small matter. At this moment, Yi Fan has yet to completely suppress Yi Xiao, so the Desolate Illusion Bell is naturally useless. However, I suspect that the Desolate Illusion Bell has other effects. If I were Yi Xiao, I would definitely reveal them at the last moment. In the 8th heaven, godly skills were everywhere. However, in the 7th heaven, godly skills were extremely rare. They were definitely enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Suddenly, Yi Fan, in close combat, suddenly brandished the heaven-cleaving sword art. Yi Xiao was caught off guard, and the sword slammed into the Desolate Illusion Bell. With a loud bang, Yi Fan was sent flying by the huge recoil and crashed heavily into the defensive shield. Ha! Not bad, Yi Fan. You actually managed to hit me. Yi Xiao was completely unharmed as he laughed wildly. Unfortunately, you don't know the might of the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell. If you hit me, you'll have to suffer twice the spiritual energy backlash. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? There's actually such a powerful cultivation method in this world. Mu Long frowned. Lu Chen's estimation was correct. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell was much stronger than they had expected. Double spiritual energy recoil. How is Yi Fan going to win? Mu Long looked worriedly at the man in white. Yi Fan was sent flying by the sudden recoil and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Xiao coldly. Presumably, Yi Fan was also thinking about the same thing. With the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell protecting him, how is he going to kill Yi Xiao? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Fan, can you find a breakthrough? This is the difference between a normal genius and a peerless genius. Suddenly, Yi Fan used heaven movement mystifying steps and jumped in front of Yi Xiao as a sword aura swept out. Heaven severing sword art, star fall. This time, Yi Fan used a close combat method and mixed in a sword aura attack. If he was hit by the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell's recoil again, he would at least have time to react and would not have to suffer twice the recoil. Good lad, you found a way to deal with it so quickly. Mu Long sighed. It can't be considered a way to deal with it. Lu Chan said, it can only be considered a stopgap measure. Unless we can completely destroy the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell, we will not be able to kill Yi Xiao. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell could indeed reflect sword aura attacks. Then, the pressure on Yi Fan was even greater than before. He needed to dodge Yi Xiao's attacks and be on guard against the recoil from the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell at the same time. Ha ha ha! A Yi Fan, you can't even injure me and you want to kill me? It's still too early for you. Today, I will eliminate your lineage and eliminate all future troubles. Divine Technique Demonic Abyss Sword. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The demonic abyss that Mu Sheng gave him was actually in the hands of Battle God Ling Tian. Not good. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He wished he could make a move now. However, Lu Chen also knew that if he made a move now, Yi Fan might never be able to let go. If he was unable to let go of the hatred in his heart, it might affect Yi Fan's future development. This was something that Lu Chen did not wish to see. Just as Lu Chen and the others were sweating for him, Yi Fan suddenly exploded and shouted angrily, Yi Xiao, I want to kill you. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell and the Divine Technique, Demonic Abyss, can't protect you. 3,000 heavenly flames, Hellfire's sword intent. With a boom, the ground of the entire immortal battle arena was directly broken by the blood light underground. In an instant, the blood light illuminated the sky. Countless blood-colored sword chi, Tens of thousands of swords shot towards Yi Xiao. The demonic abyss sword and the hellfire sword intent collided. A huge chi ring exploded in the arena. The aftermath directly broke through 10 defensive arrays. The surrounding immortals hurriedly took out their spiritual shields to defend. Mulong made a move. He took out his spiritual shield in front of Yi Fan, the little critter, and himself. When the spiritual shield was just formed, Mulong felt a strong impact. Looking at the arena, the Hellfire Sword intent instantly defeated the demonic Abyss Sword and crazily attacked Yi Xiao. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell emitted a dazzling golden light and crazily resisted the Hellfire Sword intent. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell doesn't reflect spiritual power, Mulong said in astonishment. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Yi Fan, this brat, actually already thought a way to deal with it. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell reflects double the damage of spiritual power. No matter if it is activating this ability or doubling the opponent's attack, it will consume spiritual power. If Yi Fan's attack is strong enough, then Yi Xiao will not dare to consume spiritual power to reflect the attack. Right now, he must first ensure that he is not seriously injured by the Hellfire Sword intent. Yi Xiao was doing his best to resist the waves of Hellfire Sword intent. He angrily glared at Yi Fan. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How can you have a divine skill? Yi Fan angrily shouted. Laozi can't afford a divine skill. This is Laozi's own creation. Die for me. Lu Chun could not help but suck in a breath. This was Yi Fan's own creation technique? Wasn't this a little too strong? Speaking of which, he had only created his own creation space. This brat actually created his own sword technique. Yi Xiao, you old thief, go to hell and pay with your life. Yi Fan roared. The Hellfire Sword intense power increased again. Arrogant. Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell. 3 gods quakes the ancients. Behind the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell, 3 huge gods appeared. One was Pangu, one was Ninether, and one was E-Sovereign. The 3 of them fiercely slapped the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell at the same time. With a boom, the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell let out a long bell sound that shook heaven and earth. A wave of spiritual power that covered all directions instantly shook the entire place. Even Mulong's spiritual shield was unable to block this sound attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chun hurriedly grabbed Mulong and used the Xianyuan spear array to defend himself. In the distance, Zhu and the rest were already injured by the 3 gods quakes the ancients. The surrounding immortals were also heavily injured. Just the aftermath was already so terrifying. As Yi Xiao's target, Yi Fan's situation was even more dangerous. Lu Chun stared at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly jumped up high and floated in the air. The sword in his hand was placed in front of him. Yi Xiao, you old thief, I knew you still had a trick up your sleeve. However, my master also told me not to use my trump card until the last moment. Then now is also the time. Old dog, die for Laozi. Emperor Yi Tian Ju's 9th level, Dusk of the Gods. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide. Yi Fan, this guy, actually found Emperor Yi Tian Ju's 9th level. Chapter 1538. Under the twilight of the gods, white light fell from the sky and crashed into the Kunlun City Immortal Arena. Thick smoke rose from the ground and rolled wildly. The Imperial Heaven Illusory Bell shattered under the powerful attack. Lu Chun was also shocked that Yi Fan's ultimate combat strength was so terrifying. Even in the 8th heaven, Yi Fan definitely had the strength to fight a 5-star lesser deity. If he activated his godhead, his future would be limitless. However, after using the Twilight of the Gods, Yi Fan consumed a lot of his physical strength and spiritual power, and he fell from the sky. On the other side, a burst of wild laughter came from the thick smoke. Ha 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 ha! Yi Fan, you can't kill me after all. In less than 10 years, I will regain my physical body. At that time, I will take revenge for today. Yi Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched a golden light shoot out of the thick smoke. However, in his current state, he was powerless to chase after it. Damn it, you're still alive. However, the golden light suddenly stopped in midair. A little white mouse was floating in front of him, looking at him with its big eyes. It seemed to be very interested in him. Devour, devour. Yi Zhao's remnant soul couldn't even speak clearly when he saw the little furball. His first reaction when he saw the sky-devouring, god-slaying rat was that Lu Chun was nearby. Yi Fan also saw the little fur ball, and hope rekindled in his eyes. Master. In an instant, Lu Chun had already appeared beside Yi Fan and supported Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Chun didn't seek revenge on venerable celestial Ling Tian because of this disciple of his. Now, Yi Fan had proven himself. In just over 40 years, he had become a peak venerable celestial and defeated venerable celestial Ling Tian, one of the 3 heavenly venerables of the human race. Master, I still can't kill him. Lu Chun smiled faintly. In terms of strength and combat skills, you are far above him. To be able to accomplish this in such a short time, you are much stronger than those 3 Empyreans. Besides, you've taken your revenge, but I haven't. You should at least give your master a chance. Mulong came to Yi Fan's side and shook his head. Lu Chun, I'm so envious that you were able to recruit such a heaven-defying disciple. However, I reckon that for a genius like Yi Fan, only you can subdue him. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Mulong, take care of Yi Fan. He forced himself to use Twilight of the Gods and overdrew his spirit energy. I'll go deal with that bastard. Although the little fur ball craved Yi Xiao, it still swallowed its saliva and waited obediently since its boss didn't say anything. Not long after, Lu Chun flashed in front of Yi Xiao and looked at him leisurely. When Ling Tian saw Lu Chun, he immediately lost his previous arrogance. The current Lu Chun, even if he cultivated for thousands of years, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Xiao was also smart. Without waiting for Lu Chun to speak, he directly knelt in front of Lu Chun. Heavenly Emperor Lu, please let me go. Lu Chun sneered. Yi Xiao, with your character, there should be a lot of people who have died in your hands. People who beg you to show mercy, you should have encountered a lot of them. How can you still be so naive when it comes to you? No, you're different from me. I'm an evil person. You have a broad heart. You are a great person who doesn't hold grudges against a petty person. Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. I say, Yi Xiao, who told you that I have a broad heart? It's not that I'm a narrow-minded person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Those who schemed against me in the past basically didn't have a good ending. Back then, you wanted to kill me in the heavenly might chess game. Let me think, you probably had a part to play in my 4th stage of heaven's tribulation. Heavenly Emperor Lu, I'm innocent. I definitely didn't do it to you. It was Qianji. Lu Chun frowned and summoned Qianji. The moment Qianji came out, he looked at Lu Chun in fear. Lu Chun, I've already become like this. Don't tell me you're still going to bring up the past. Lu Chun smiled. I don't even need to think about it. You must have schemed against me a lot in the past. Let me ask you now. He said that you were the one who caused the 6th stage of heaven's tribulation. Is that true? It wasn't me. It was Ling Tian who took the initiative to find me. Because I was a heaven domain boss, I had a certain amount of authority. He was the one who took the initiative to ask me if there was a way to kill you in the Tower of Babel. At that time, he would be able to obtain the life-reversing set without being discovered by the gods in the higher realms. You're slandering me, Yi Xiao said angrily. Qianji snorted. I still have the recording of that incident. Lu Chun, if you don't believe me, you can look for it in my cave in the 10,000 Spirit Tribe. Just as Qianji finished speaking, Ling Tian was speechless. Lu Chun looked at Qianji in surprise. You actually recorded it on the recording stone? Qianji said. Ling Tian is known for being greedy in the 7th stage of heaven. Previously, I was not in a hurry with him. Now that he suddenly came to visit me, I had to be careful. Lu Chun couldn't help but think highly of Qianji again. Qianji was indeed sinister, but it would be a headache if he was an enemy. However, if he was on his side, it would save him a lot of trouble. Just as Qianji was speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a slap. Qianji looked at Lu Chun pitifully. Why did you hit me again? I'm telling the truth. Lu Chun said calmly. There's no reason. It's just that I haven't hit you in a long time. It's rare for me to call you out, so I naturally wanted to have some fun. Tears welled up in Qianji's eyes. Lu Chun really doesn't treat me as a human. Remember, don't wait for me to ask you before you tell me. If this happens again, slap yourself 50 times. Lu Chun finally revealed the real reason why Qianji was beaten up. Yes, I understand. All right, tell me. Is there a way to turn Ling Tian into a puppet? Qianji looked at Lu Chun in shock. Indeed, Lu Chun was not only interested in his strategy. Indeed, Qianji was also interested in his skill in puppetry. After being beaten up, Qianji knew that he had to do his best to please Lu Chun. After all, he was beaten up for all sorts of reasons. If he was careless, he would be beaten up. Now that Ling Tian is only a remnant soul, I have 8 ways to make him. Which one do you want? Do you want the cruelest or the most painful? Lu Chun nodded his head in satisfaction. Qianji was finally enlightened. 8 ways, right? Let's try all of them. Anyway, I'll merge them into the other earthen guards and let them be your underling. Yi Xiao listened to the conversation between the two in fear. He had seen what happened to Qianji. Now, he was going to be made into a puppet too. Furthermore, he was going to be Qianji's underling. A puppet who had been tortured for years would definitely be filled with anger. By then, not only would he suffer a fate worse than death, he would also lose his dignity. No. Kill me. Lu Chun, kill me. Lu Chun said coldly. Are you teaching me how to do things? This single sentence caused Ling Tian to feel dizzy. Finally, Ling Tian knew that it was impossible for him to escape this calamity. He looked up to the sky and cried out in despair. Why is it like this? The 5th heavenly layer. Ziyi, that trash couldn't kill Yi Fan. The 6th heavenly layer, the 7th heavenly layer, the 8th heavenly layer. So many powerhouses couldn't kill Lu Chun. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. I'm just following the natural order. What did I do wrong? Chapter 1539. Lu Chun brought Yi Fan back to the celestial spirit grotto heaven. Mu Long and Qianji were crafting puppets. According to Lu Chun's request, Qianji was going to use all of his knowledge and 8 different crafting methods for Ling Tian to experience. Yi Fan was fine, but he looked a little tired. Just as everyone was about to leave, Yi Fan called out to Lu Chun, Master, can you stay for a while? Only the master and disciple were left in the stone room. What's wrong, Yi Fan? Are you busy again? Lu Chun asked, Didn't you win the bet this time? Master. That's not what I wanted to talk about. Yi Fan said, About the bet. The banker said that I didn't kill Ling Tian, so I didn't win. Lu Chun face-bombed. How can that be? Although Yi Fan didn't kill Ling Tian, capturing him alive was worse than killing him. Master, do you know why I went to Earth a few years ago? Yi Fan asked. Lu Chun shook his head. I received a message from the heaven-defying sect, saying that there was a treasure related to you on Earth. At that time, you were in the 8th heaven and didn't have time, so I want to find it for you. Lu Chun frowned. I heard about it from Lu Yi, but I didn't see you after that. Did you find it or not? Master, although I didn't find it, I found a clue. What clue? Earth was secretly opened to the Jiutian 90 years ago. At that time, a powerful being came to Earth. It's very likely that the treasure appeared then. Also, you've already collected 8 pieces of the heaven and devil-defying set. I think that the treasure related to you might be the last piece of the set, heaven and devil Wutian. Master, you were in the Jiutian 60 years ago. That means that the heaven and devil Wutian appeared around your age. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. So, Master, everyone says that no heavenly god and demon exist, but since there's the heavenly god and demon fate reversing set, how can there be no heavenly god and demon? Master, your title is divine demon, and your realm is above the human sovereign realm. Although others call you the celestial emperor, it is only an honorific title, not a rank. Then, Master, do you think that above the human sovereign realm, is it possible that there is Wu Tian? What Yi Fan meant was that Lu Chun was heavenly demon Wu Tian. Lu Chun frowned and remained silent for a long time. Yi Fan's deduction was not without reason. He had been defying the heavens all this time. If that wasn't defying the heavens, then what was? Celestial Emperor was a respectful title for the gods, but he was not a god after all, so this title was not accurate. Instead, it was more appropriate to call him Demon God Wu Tian. Although he was part of the life-defying set of God-Fiend Fate Reverser, which was somewhat inconceivable, the greatest feeling he got from Jiu Tian was that it was full of wonders. A very important part of the Dark Erosion set was Jiu as the host. Then, could the life-defying set be the same? However, if he was Heavenly Demon Wu Tian, then why didn't the last two skills of the God-Fiend set appear? The other God-Fiend pieces also did not have any reaction. After thinking hard for a long time, Lu Chun was unable to confirm this theory. He could only shake his head. I feel that the possibility is not high. If I have really gathered the God-Fiend set, then at least the other God-Fiend equipment should resonate. But forget it. Whether or not it is true, let nature take its course. Yi Fan nodded. Since his master had said so, then he could only do as he wished. Master, are you going to challenge the 8th floor of Sky Split Tower? Yi Fan suddenly asked. All these years, you have accompanied your family and dealt with trivial matters. Is it because you are not confident? Lu Chun took a deep breath. This disciple of his understood him more and more. Perhaps Yi Fan could understand Lu Chun better. I owe too many people too much. In just a few years, I can't make up for it. My strength has been increasing, but Lu Chun took a deep breath. But the Jiu Tian is like an endless challenge. You never know what will appear on the next floor. Whether it's Ling Tian or the Supreme God, although they try to stop me, I feel that they're not the real mastermind. I have a premonition that my final enemy is watching my every move. He is waiting for me in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan was silent for a moment before saying, Master, I believe you. Lu Chun patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Haha, don't believe me. Everyone knows that you lose every bet. All right, although I am your master, I have never given you a proper gift. I'll leave the Guardians of the Earth to you. After a few upgrades, they could defend against the attacks of lower gods. If you reach the 8th heaven, you will be able to use them. However, I will be taking Qianji with me. As for how you want to deal with Ling Tian, you can make your own arrangements. Master, it will be dangerous for you to go to the 9th heaven. You should take them with you. Lu Chun shook his head. They are no longer useful to me. There is one more thing. Lu Chun looked at Yi Fan seriously. There is one thing that I am not sure about, but I think you should know about it. Master, what is it? A new storm might appear. Of course, I'm only saying that it is possible. However, you need to know that the Jiu Tian is not the end. You still need to become stronger and surpass the Supreme God. The Jiu Tian is not the end. Yi Fan's eyes widened. After Lu Chun came out, he went to the crafting room to take a look. Ling Tian's cries were endless. Qianji's crafting method was not the most perverted, only more perverted. Lu Chun came to Mulong's side. Mulong, can you craft a puppet for me? It doesn't need to be very strong. Just move Qianji down from the Earth Guardian. Ah, why? I will leave the Earth Guardian to Yi Fan. Mulong thought for a while and said, Okay, I will get it done for you in the afternoon. Qianji was confused when he heard that he was going to change to a random puppet. Lu Chun did not leave me behind. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This guy is indeed going to torture me. However, why am I secretly happy? If I follow Lu Chun, does that mean that I have the chance to go to the 9th heaven? Others might not even have the chance to go to the 9th heaven, but I somehow managed to complete the lifelong wish of countless people. Mulong pitied Qianji, so he made a human-shaped puppet for him. After putting Qianji's head on it, it looked more like a living person than an earth puppet. After keeping Qianji, Lu Chun did not bid farewell to the others and left immediately. Just as Lu Chun was about to leave the immortal spirit hollow, a woman's voice could be heard from behind. Lu Chun turned around and saw a woman in black standing on top of a tall mountain. Jiu, I will wait for you to come back and marry me. Jiu shouted with all her might. Luchan was stunned for a while and smiled. This time, he would not miss this opportunity. Okay, on the mountain peak, Geoair looked at the back of Lin Fan with tears streaming down her face. Luchan Gidge, you must come back. I will wait for you. Chapter 1540. The Tontian Tower of the Eighth Heaven was located on a planet in the middle of the Eighth Heaven star chart. The planet was lush with vegetation and abundant with spirit chi, but there were only low-level creatures here. None of the gods owned this planet. Luchan stood in front of the Tontian Tower and looked up at the towering Tontian Tower. Starting from the first heavenly layer, Luchan had experienced more than just a short 60 years. There were many secret realms, cultivation rooms, and space-time spaces. Luchan must have cultivated for thousands of years in the Geotian. And now, he finally had the chance to challenge the last level of the Nine Heavens domain. 9 heavens, 1 heavens, 1 heavens. Luchan took a deep breath. Tianheng was definitely a businessman with a conscience. He did not discount the advertising slogan at all. Luchan gathered his thoughts and stared at the entrance as he walked toward the Tontian Tower step by step. Stepping into the 8th floor of the Tontian Tower, Luchan saw a starry sky in front of him. Luchan stepped into the void and looked around. No boss. Luchan narrowed his eyes. Not only was there no boss, but there was also no heavenly tribulation. There was only an endless starry sky. Without a challenge, there was no way to enter the 9th heaven. Could it be that he was like the 8 supreme gods, unable to pass the 8th floor of the Tontian Tower? Just as Luchan was feeling lost, a deep voice sounded in the starry sky. Luchan, you're finally here? Luchan's lips curled up slightly. There was someone here, that was good. Who are you? Naturally, I'm the person guarding the 8th floor of the Tontian Tower. If that's the case, why don't you show yourself? Ha! I've already shown myself. Why? Can't you see me? Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. With his level 4 spiritual chi subtlety ability, he did not notice anyone around him. Celestial Demon Sky Eye. Luchan activated his Celestial Eye. Still nothing. Celestial Demon Symbiosis. God form. He strengthened his Celestial Eye again, but there was still nothing. Ha 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 ha. Even your Celestial Demon Sky Eye can't see me? Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind raced. He was very sure that as long as the other party really appeared, it would be impossible for him to not notice in his current state. The only explanation was that the other party was lying to him. Since you're the guardian of the 8th floor of Tontian Tower, hiding like this, you really have the demeanor of a great general, Luchan said coldly. Luchan, you don't have to provoke me. I didn't lie to you. If you can't even find where I am, how can you pass the 8 layers of heaven? The voice was emotionless. Luchan frowned. The other party wasn't lying to him. From his tone, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Luchan looked around again. The surrounding starry sky was dotted with stars, and the starlight was resplendent. Using the heavens' eye to observe the spiritual energy, he did not find any special fluctuations. Could be on some planet? Luchan immediately followed the spirit threads sent out by the celestial bodies and used his heavenly eyes to check the corresponding celestial bodies. In the end, he still found nothing. After several hundred attempts, Luchan's frown deepened. Maybe his train of thought was wrong. The guardian of the 8th floor of Tontian Tower was definitely not weak. Even Kongu and those who had broken through to the supreme god level were not qualified to challenge the tower. However, what kind of person could have such terrifying strength? It should be at least the strength of Panganine underworlds and the Western gods and Buddhas at 100% combat power. If it was an opponent of this level, it could not be judged by common sense. Thinking of this, Luchan quickly adjusted his train of thought and expanded the scope of his observation from a part to the whole. When he tried to connect the spiritual energy in the entire starry sky, he was stunned. Those spirit threads seemed to form the blood vessels and veins of some incomparably huge creature. You really saw me? The voice sounded again. Not bad. You are indeed the person who made me wait for tens of thousands of years. As the first person to challenge the 9 levels of heaven, such a moment should be seen by everyone. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not sure what that person meant, but soon, he received a system notification. Earth player Solipsistic has become the first player in the history of Jiutian to challenge the 9 levels of heaven. We will broadcast the entire process of challenging the tower 360 degrees to all the worlds in the Jiutian. Wish everyone a happy game. System notification? This thing had almost disappeared since the 5th level of heaven, but it suddenly appeared at this moment. However, the 8th level of heaven boss obviously had the ability to do so. A happy game? Seeing this string of familiar system notifications, Lu Chun sneered. The significance of Jiutian had long exceeded the scope of a game. How many people had fallen? How many races had gone extinct? How many planets had been destroyed? This sentence was particularly ironic here. Perhaps, in the eyes of some people, everything they did was just a game. At the same time, all the videos on the official websites of Jiutian planets and galaxies had stopped broadcasting, leaving only one live broadcast available. It was the live broadcast of Lu Chun challenging the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Earth was instantly in an uproar. Almost all major industries were suspended, and the number of viewers on the official website was in the billions. The comments were crazy, just like everyone who could not calm down. Mad God has gone to challenge the tower of Tong Tian. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm able to see this in my lifetime. Once he passes this level, he can enter the 9th heaven. Mad God is finally going to break through the 9th heaven. Even the 8 supreme gods are not qualified to challenge the tower. Mad God is indeed the Mad God. He's too strong. From the 1st level of heaven to the 8th level of heaven, countless people stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the tower challenge this time. The first person in history to challenge the tower. Solipsistic. I met him at the 5th level of heaven, and now I'm still at the 5th level of Tong Tian Tower. But he has already gone to challenge the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Can he succeed? What's above the Jiutian? Why is the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower a starry sky? Is the battlefield of the advanced heaven realm so incredible? Where are the heaven realm bosses? Why don't I see any heaven realm bosses? He did not expect that the last challenge of the tower would be broadcasted live again. Lu Chun shook his head. Fortunately, he was already used to it. In front of Lu Chun, spiritual threads gathered and gradually formed a human figure. This person was huge, at least 1,000 meters tall, with a human body and a snake tail. Looking at the other party's appearance, Lu Chun knew that this guy was indeed an ancient god. Which ancient god are you? Han Yuan, Heavenly Tao. Why haven't I heard of you before? Lu Chun frowned. Earth is just a small and remote place, and all knowledge is limited to what happened after Pangu opened the sky. But how much do you know about what happened before the chaotic universe? Han Yuan, Heavenly Tao asked. This universe's celestial emperor has no beginning and no end. I am a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, so you naturally have no way of knowing. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you are a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, why are you guarding the tower of Tong Tian for the Jiutian? Guarding the tower of Tong Tian for the Jiutian? Lu Chun, all living things are equal in my eyes. Life and death are the same. Success and failure are the same, and all things are the same. If someone tries to pry into the secrets of the heavens, I naturally won't allow it, whether you are from the Jiutian or not. Since you are already here, then let me see if you, a person who has defied the heavens and changed fate, is qualified to pry into the secrets of the heavens. Lu Chun took a deep breath. It did not matter who the other party was or how their strength compared to Pangu. The only thing left was to fight. Chapter 1541. Lu Chun activated his divine form. Spiritual energy surged around him, and 3 divine weapons hovered beside him. Han Yuan, Heavenly Tao, narrowed his eyes. It's rare for a mortal to be able to cultivate to your level. Unfortunately, you're still a mortal. Heaven skill, myriad Tao, desolation. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao sent a palm strike toward Qin Xiaobei. Although it was called a palm strike, it covered the sky and covered the earth, spanning thousands of miles. In front of this palm strike, Lu Chun was as small as an ant. Oh my God, if this palm strike hit Earth, Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Heaven's skill? Is this a skill that surpasses supreme divine skills? It's too scary. What kind of enemy is Mad God facing? Lu Chen's heart tightened when he saw this palm strike. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao had already displayed his unparalleled strength the moment he attacked. God's descent. Lu Chun leaped thousands of miles. However, the moment Lu Chun appeared, the huge palm strike behind him blasted toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun did not expect Myriad Tao Desolation to be able to instantly jump through space and catch up to him. The attack came too quickly, and Lu Chun had no time to dodge. He hurriedly used the emptiness of God's and Demon's arm and the Xianyuan spear formation to block it. The moment Myriad Tao Desolation collided with him, Lu Chun felt a terrifying pressure. Endless spiritual energy poured over and instantly broke through Lu Chen's 2 layers of defense. With a loud bang, a white light exploded in the galaxy. Then, Lu Chun was directly sent flying and sank into the ground of a planet. Seeing this, everyone was shocked beyond words. Solipsistic could fight 8 supreme gods alone and still kill 1 and injure 7 in the face of an 8-elemental combination skill. However, in front of Han Yuan Heavenly Tao, he cannot even take a single palm strike. This is too strong. This is not something a human can defeat. It's too scary. Even Mad God's descent can't avoid that Myriad Tao Desolation. How is Mad God? Just as everyone was still amazed by Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's terrifying strength, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao attacked again. Another Myriad Tao Desolation directly blasted toward the planet Lu Chun was on. As the palm strike descended, the planet's surface temperature rose sharply. The ground cracked, rocks flew, and everything was annihilated. Lu Chun, this nameless planet will be your burial ground. Under the Myriad Tao Desolation, the planet was directly turned into ashes. Countless people who saw this scene had already forgotten their own existence. For the Han Yuan Heavenly Tao, destroying a planet was far too easy. Was this the strength of a super expert? The battle between the 2 sides had the Heavenly Tao. After the nameless planet was destroyed, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao frowned. He didn't die, so it's here. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Tao tracks. In the blink of an eye, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's figure appeared thousands of miles away. The scene changed, and Han Yuan Heavenly Tao was once again standing in front of Lu Chun. At this time, Lu Chun was covered in blood and gasping for breath. His left arm hung weakly by his side. Although he had used descent to escape Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's second attack at the critical moment, the first Myriad Tao Desolation had seriously injured Lu Chun. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao looked at Lu Chun indifferently. You actually ran out. Lu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand and stared at Han Yuan Heavenly Tao. This guy was ridiculously strong. He had never met an opponent like this who had heavily injured him in the first move. Lu Chun, if I were you, I would give up struggling. The gap between you and me is not something you can surpass. I think you should obediently stretch out your neck and accept your death. Lu Chun said fiercely. Ninth heaven, I must go. I don't care if you're a Heavenly Tao or Buddha. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha. Even now, you still can't see the situation clearly? Just as Han Yuan Heavenly Tao was speaking, Lu Chun suddenly attacked. His figure was like lightning. Demon God's limitless sword, annihilation. Facing Lu Chen's attack, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao didn't dodge or even make any movements. Just as Lu Chun transformed into a star and shot 300 meters away from Han Yuan Heavenly Tao with sword chi, he suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual power was gathering at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it formed a spiritual power shield in front of Han Yuan Heavenly Tao. Lu Chen's strongest sword directly hit the spiritual power shield. "Break for me!" With a loud bang, a vertical chi ring exploded in the starry river. In a huge shock, Lu Chen not only failed to break the spiritual power shield, but he was also repelled. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Myriad Thunder Roar. Han Yuan Heavenly Doubt didn't give Lu Chen any chance to catch his breath. A thunder talisman burned in front of him. Then, the place where Lu Chen landed was covered by endless lightning. The spiritual power in Lu Chen's body was chaotic. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by a few heavenly lightning bolts. Even with injuries on top of injuries, Lu Chen didn't have a chance to stop. He hurriedly forced his chi and shouted, "Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus, Sword Heart." Thousands of sword chi slashed out and collided with the heavenly lightning, slightly relieving the pressure on Lu Chen. Sky-breaking sword. Lu Chen took this moment to catch his breath and quickly adjusted his internal energy. He broke the trap array at the border of the lightning lock and escaped from the lightning lock. But at this time, Han Yuan Heavenly Dao was already pinching the talisman and quickly followed up. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Heavenly Soldier Formation. In an instant, thousands of figures suddenly appeared around him. As soon as these people attacked, Lu Chen realized that their strength was at least a little weaker than Kong Gu and the rest. They should be comparable to Kong Gu and the rest before they broke through. In other words, these thousands of people were all at the supreme god level. At this moment, the 7 supreme gods were also watching Lu Chen challenge the pagoda. They had also come to the 8 levels of the heaven-reaching pagoda, but they didn't find Han Yuan Heavenly Dao and didn't even have the chance to challenge the pagoda. Previously, when they saw Lu Chen find Han Yuan Heavenly Dao, they were still a little unwilling. However, when they saw Lu Chen's battle situation, their faces changed drastically. What kind of joke is this? Thousands of supreme gods. If I challenge the pagoda, I won't be able to pass with just this heavenly soldier talisman. Although our strength surpasses the average supreme god, we are just a little stronger than the supreme gods. There's no way we can defeat thousands of supreme gods. It seems that Lu Chen will definitely die here. Our strength should have reached the limit. Doesn't that mean that we will never be able to enter the 9 heavens? It's no wonder that no one in Jiotian history has been able to enter the 9 heavens. The only one who has a chance now is Solipsistic. But with Han Yuan Heavenly Dao's current strength, even he won't be able to pass here. Lu Chen's several battles with Han Yuan Heavenly Dao could be said to be extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would die on the spot. Even those friends who were close to Lu Chen no longer had the same feeling of hope as before. "Chun," Li Muhua looked at the scene on the television with red eyes. "It's impossible to pass this level." Chapter 1542. Primordial Chaos, Heavenly Dao didn't give Lu Chen any chance to catch his breath. Wave after wave of attacks came. Lu Chen was already heavily injured, and his left arm couldn't even move. Facing thousands of supreme gods, Lu Chen fell into a bitter struggle. Holy Lotus Sword Heart, Suppressive Firepower, Heaven Incinerating Earthly Fire, Sky Profound Earthly Fiend Spear, Endless Daybreak. Lu Chen unleashed every skill he had at his disposal as he fought desperately against these paramount god-tier heavenly soldiers. Among these celestial soldiers, there were close-range and long-range attackers. Lu Chen had just killed one person with his 9-spear Shadow Spear when several cold beams of light appear behind him. Xinyuan Spear Array. Lu Chen growled. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. Using the shield to weaken the enemy's attack, he counterattacked with a Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon, piercing through the enemy's shoulder. But at this moment, several sharp arrows silently appeared behind Lu Chen. Taking advantage of Lu Chen attacking the enemy in front of him, they directly pierced through Lu Chen's calf. Lu Chen quickly used Divine Advent to escape from the encirclement. He swallowed a pill to quickly stop the bleeding and recover. But without waiting for Lu Chen to rest for a moment, the enemy once again came over overwhelmingly. Lu Chun gritted his teeth and once again clashed with the celestial soldiers. Although Lu Chun still relied on his exquisite techniques to kill a large number of celestial soldiers, the wounds on his body were increasing. Gradually, Lu Chun's speed became slower and slower. Blood dyed his Pisces robe red. This set of clothes, which was known for its toughness, was finally torn apart under the countless attacks. And Lu Chun's wounds were even more shocking. There were countless wounds on his body. Knife wounds, sword wounds, hidden weapons that pierced through his body, and deep holes left behind by long-range weapons, all of which were bleeding profusely. No one had ever seen Mad God suppressed to such a degree. Just a single talisman was enough to push Mad God to the brink. Mad God, run. This guy can't be defeated. There are about 5,000 supreme gods. Can one of them in the 8th heaven withstand them? Primordial chaos, heavenly Tao, clearly hasn't used its full strength. There's no way he can pass the 8th level. Mad God, run. It's meaningless. Primordial heavenly Tao cannot be defeated. If you don't leave now, you will die. However, Lu Chun did not escape, nor did he fall. He had already activated the mental demon state. His figure broke out of the encirclement again and again as he fought with all his might. One by one, the 5,000 paramount, god-level, celestial soldiers perished. When there were only 1,000 left, Lu Chun growled, "Little critter." 5 battle pets appeared next to Lu Chun. Little Beastie supported Lu Chun. "Dad, why didn't you let us out earlier?" "How dare you hurt my dad? I'll fight it out with you." Little Beast looked angrily at the remaining heavenly soldiers and roared. 16 mythological beast phantoms appeared behind the little beast, and its entire body erupted with astonishing spiritual power. However, behind the little critter, Lu Chun angrily shouted, "Little critter, don't be impulsive. Disrupt the battlefield, and buy me 2 seconds." Lu Chun knew very well that with the little beast's strength, they had no chance of winning even if they fought alone, not to mention that there were more than 1,000 people on the other side. Although the little beast was angry, since his dad said so, he naturally had his reasons. "Got it, Dad." The little beast did not rush out. Instead, it threw out all kinds of skills. Beast God, dual polarity, heavenly fire. The little beast roared. The 2 poles of the battlefield, one above and one below, surged with monstrous flames that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. For a moment, a series of explosions erupted on the battlefield. Dual polarity, heavenly fire, and earth fire collided, instantly releasing spiritual energy. The entire battlefield was shaken by the explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was plunged into a sea of fire. The little beast's goal was not to kill the enemy, but to use its mythological beast fire to launch a large-scale attack and temporarily surround the enemy. However, the little beast's strength was still a bit weak. Many of the celestial soldiers used displacement to pass through the sea of fire and attack Lu Chun. At this moment, Lu Chun quickly called back the little beast. Creation space. Lu Chun created a huge space with a radius of hundreds of meters. At the same time, he directly drilled into the creation space. These celestial soldiers were extremely strong, but they were not war pets. They could not even be considered puppets. Because of this, they only wanted to kill Lu Chun with all their might. They would not consider anything else. As long as Lu Chun entered the creation space, they would definitely rush in without hesitation. Once the creation space was developed, then Lu Chun would still have the strength to fight. Creation space? Han Yuan Heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately thought of Lu Chun's plan. Want to use this move to turn the tables? Naive. With that, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao pinched another talisman paper. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Explosive Curse. The remaining 1,000 celestial soldiers madly rushed into the creation space. However, they did not attack Lu Chun again. As soon as they entered the creation space, they self-destructed one after another. Lu Chun's creation space did indeed absorb spiritual energy as nourishment for growth. In order to deal with the influx of these supreme god experts, Lu Chun deliberately spent a huge amount of spiritual energy to build this creation space. However, Lu Chun did not expect Han Yuan heavenly Tao to see through his plan at the first moment. The self-destruction of celestial soldiers was not the self-destruction of elixirs, but thousands of self-destruction. Such a fierce attack could not be absorbed by the creation space. The creation space was instantly broken. Lu Chun vomited blood and suffered another internal injury. Lu Chun, I already said that you are no match for me. Han Yuan heavenly Tao flashed in front of Lu Chun and looked indifferently at the seriously injured Lu Chun. Lu Chun raised his head with difficulty, his eyelids twitching. This guy was too strong. With his current strength, he had no hope of winning. Now, he had used all his trump cards, but he was still suppressed by the other party. He did not even have the chance to fight back. The difference in strength between the two sides was so terrifying. Don't you understand? You can't defeat me. Now, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to give up on entering the 9 heavens? If you are willing to never enter the 9 heavens, then I can destroy your cultivation and let you be an ordinary person. You can reunite with your family and live the rest of your life. I will not kill you. If you are unwilling, then I can only represent the heavenly Tao and obliterate you. Now, I will give you one last chance to choose. Everyone was looking at the exhausted man nervously. How should he choose? Lu Chun knelt on the ground on one knee and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. He then looked up at Han Yuan heavenly Tao. Those blood-red eyes surged with green smoke. You represent the heavenly Tao and obliterate me? Ha ha! Lu Chun suddenly laughed wildly. What is the heavenly Tao? It is just your consciousness. What right do you have to represent the heavenly Tao? You want me to be an ordinary person. Don't you want me to submit? Remember, this is my choice. I have never submitted in the past. I will not submit now, and I will never submit in the future. Hearing this answer, many people had complicated feelings. Yes, this was Solipsistic's answer, and it must be his answer. However, the consequences of insisting on such a choice were too heavy for people to accept. Chapter 1543. Han Yuan heavenly Tao looked coldly at Lu Chun and narrowed his eyes. As expected of the Solipsistic, your answer at least makes me feel that you're a worthy opponent. It seems like you're prepared to die. Fine. Since this is your choice, I can only kill you. As he spoke, a talisman appeared in Han Yuan heavenly Tao's hand. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, complete destruction. Just hearing the name of this skill made Lu unable to hold on any longer. Tears streamed down her face. No, brother. Lu Yao clenched his fists tightly as tears streamed down his face. However, he didn't even blink as he stared at the screen. If his father died in battle, he would definitely kill his way up to the 9 heavens one day and avenge his father. Jur stared blankly at the image on the projection stone as tears streamed down her face. Her heart was already dead. In the end, big brother Lu Chun still couldn't marry her. Luo Yao clenched the red ribbon in her hand tightly. She would probably never forget that person in this lifetime. Countless humans across the universe stood up one after another. The Solipsistic had saved the entire human race. This debt of gratitude could not be repaid. With his mortal body, he had reached the peak of the 8 heavens and crushed the supreme gods. He had defeated the demon-sealing battle god with his absolute strength and defended the Jotian world. He had done too many things that no one before him had been able to do. He had left behind too many legends along the way. However, at this moment, he was on a fall in the sky-reaching tower. Lu Chun stood up shakily as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His slightly recovered left hand held the god-slaying spear, while his left hand held the god-slaying sword. Even if his body and soul were to be destroyed, he would fight to the last moment. When Lu Chun held the god-slaying sword, he suddenly heard the voices of the god-slaying spear and the magic divine staff. Boss, let the god-slaying sword devour us. Lu Chun was slightly stunned. Sky Pilfer and Xiao Wei's voices were unusually calm. Boss, thank you for everything you've done for us along the way. If it weren't for you, Qiu Xing would still be suffering in Intentionless Mountain, and I would only be able to watch her wither away. Although it's a little regretful that I couldn't see you use the 8th tier of the God-Slaying Spear, God-Slaying Soaring Firmament, and the 9th tier of the Supreme Spear Tao, I believe that you have already comprehended your own Tao. The Tao of the Spear and the Tao of the Sword are not the Tao of the Spear or the Tao of the Sword, but the Tao of the Heart. You actually already have your own Tao. Xiaoming also said, Boss, thank you for bringing us back to Intentionless Mountain. We no longer have any regrets. Actually, we really didn't mean to ruin your good deed that day. Speaking of which, your marriage is really making people anxious. It's a pity that I can't attend your wedding. Let Wuji devour us and use the Supreme Sword Tao to break the heavenly Tao he speaks of. Sky Thief. Xiaoming. Lu Chen's entire body trembled. Limitless Sword, hurry up. Heaven Pilfer urged. In the future, take good care of this silly brat. Boss, I will follow you in life and death, and I will never regret it. Limitless Sword was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Don't think of leaving the task of taking care of him to me alone. There's no time to explain now. I will devour your Dharma bodies first. At this moment of life and death, Lu Chun had no other choice. Limitless Sword instantly finished devouring both the Void God Slaying Spear and the Chaos Magic Staff. In an instant, the divine demon Limitless Sword shone brightly, and the black and white fog churned like a galaxy. The spiritual energy that Lu Chun had lost was instantly replenished at this moment. At the same time, the divine Wrath Talisman's body and soul had been destroyed and burned to ashes. An earth-shattering spiritual energy beam shot out like a laser beam. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears as he held Limitless Sword tightly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the churning green fog. Divine Demon Limitless Sword Intent. Countless people were shocked. At this moment, the spiritual energy that Lu Chun had burst out was actually not inferior to the Hunyuan Heavenly Tao. He was clearly a person who was about to die. So how did he suddenly become so strong? Limitless Sword Intent? I've never seen the Solipsistic Sword Intent use it before. Heavens, he still has a trump card up his sleeve. Just now, Limitless Sword devoured the Void God, Slaying Spear, and the Staff. Beishue Gufei stared at Lu Chen's sword and muttered, This sword has already reached the great Tao of the sword. Lu Chun became one with his sword. His sword chi was extremely condensed, converging into a dazzling spiritual energy beam that collided with the divine Wrath Talisman's body and soul. The moment the two powerful beams of light collided, the galaxy was illuminated by the white light and shook. Amidst the bright light, people could clearly see countless celestial bodies disintegrate in the aftermath. At this moment, the moment of life and death had arrived. Everyone stared intently at the scene. Limitless Sword Intent and Divine Wrath Talisman were like two evenly matched beams of light, fighting for the initiative. This, Hunyuan Heavenly Tao's eyes widened. He actually comprehended the great Tao of the sword. Divine Wrath Talisman, Myriad Spirit Strengthening. At the same time, Lu Chan roared, Divine Might of the Heavens, Heaven-defying demonic might. The two of them crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy at the same time, enhancing the energy of their cultivation techniques. The center of the struggle between the two beams of light shifted back and forth, neither giving way to the other. Hunyuan Heavenly Tao saw that he couldn't take down Lu Chun. With a huge sword in hand, he instantly shot out, his body converging into the spiritual energy beam. With the support of Hunyuan Heavenly Tao, the Divine Wrath Talisman's power increased greatly. It seemed that Lu Chun couldn't hold on any longer. Right at this moment, Lu Chun shouted in a low voice, 9 heaven stars, primal chaos turbulence. This was the top cultivation technique of a Jyotian star, supported by the Limitless Sword Intent. A strange power instantly converged. The sword chi of both sides suddenly turned from tit for tat to a whirlpool. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao, who had just gained the upper hand, was suddenly distorted by this power and instantly lost its advantage. The previous competition of pure spiritual energy now had a strange force field that rapidly changed. At this moment, it was a competition to see who could quickly change the way their spiritual energy revolved and adapt to the chaotic turbulence as soon as possible. The two fought many times in the distorted force field, but they were forced to separate again and again. This feeling was like both sides were in a tornado at the same time. They wanted to kill each other, but they had no choice but to adjust their attack angle and method according to the wind. To control such terrifying spiritual energy in a short period of time, whether it was for Lu Chun or Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao, it wasn't easy. After 4 or 5 exchanges, Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's mastery of spiritual energy was no weaker than Lu Chen's. This time, he gradually began to take the initiative again. Lu Chun, in order to prevent me from finding the rules of the chaotic turbulence, you let it freely change. But this way, you can't immediately determine the direction of the turbulence. Your spirit chi is at the minute subtlety level. Can be higher than mine? In that case, it's impossible for you to win against me. Prepare to die. But at this moment, the force field suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Lu Chun seemed to have been prepared for this. He immediately stabbed towards Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao. Before Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao could adjust the flow of his spiritual energy, he saw Lu Chun turn into a beam of spiritual energy and shoot towards him. Although Lu Chen's control of spiritual energy was not stronger than Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's, the problem was that the Jiutian star was Lu Chen's magic weapon. He could at least stop the chaotic turbulence. With a bang, Lu Chen's limitless sword intent directly slammed into Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's protective shield. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Now is not the time to be amazed. What they cared about was whether the limitless sword intent could break through Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's protective shield. Chapter 1544. In the starry sky, a small black dot broke through the light screen and stabbed toward Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao. A spirit shield quickly formed in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao. The sword tip pressed against the spirit shield, and the stalemate lasted for less than half a second. Suddenly, the place where the tip of the sword touched cracked open with a cracking sound. Following that, a series of cracks extended outwards in a menacing manner. It's broken. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's protective spirit shield is broken. The spirit shield around Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao instantly shattered. Boundless sword intent was endless. It broke through the shield as fast as lightning. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's eyes widened. It's just a broken shield. Do you really think you can hurt me? Hun Yuan Heavenly Talisman, boundless life and death. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao actually had a life-saving method. A spirit talisman exploded, and a black vortex formed in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao. A large amount of spirit power was sucked in by the vortex. However, Lu Chen's speed did not slow down at all. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared, "Heaven stealing, watch carefully. God-slaying spear, great Tao of the spear." Outside of Boundless Sword's body, a black spear shape was formed. The spirit power that was sucked away by the vortex was quickly reversed by the spear. Boundless Sword intent and the great Tao of the spear were the two strongest skills. One sword contained 2 moves, and it instantly shot toward Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao. Before anyone could realize the passage of time and space, Lu Chun was already standing behind Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao in an instant. The spirit power that permeated between heaven and earth suddenly did not vibrate as violently as before. It slowly dissipated and once again filled the starry sky. If one did not observe carefully, they might miss its existence. It was just that the surrounding stars were destroyed, leaving behind many meteorites that floated leisurely in the starry sky. The intense battle suddenly stopped, and the universe returned to its original tranquility. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on a man's back. Senior Heaven Stealing, Senior Chiu Ming, it seems that Boundless Sword did not completely devour you. Your artifact spirits are still here. Lu Chen lowered his head and smiled. Thank you. We will fight side by side in the future. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the god-slaying spear's afterimage dissipated. The ultimate sword returned to the void. Turning around, Lu Chen arrived in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao and indifferently looked at his huge opponent. You lost. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao's body began to dissipate into specks of starlight. But at this time, Primordius Heavenly Tao didn't panic like the others before they died. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. Yes, I lost, but Lu Chen, you may not win either. Do you know what kind of challenges you will face in the Nine Heavens? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't know, but no matter what the challenge is, I won't stop. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao nodded slightly. This is indeed in line with your personality. Interesting, I didn't think that I would be defeated by a mortal, Lu Chen said indifferently. Perhaps gods aren't invincible gods. Gods, immortals, mortals, these are just the concepts of our predecessors. But if no one before us has entered the Jiuqian, what qualifications do they have to say that their understanding is correct? Besides, you should also know that the Jiuqian isn't everything. There's also the outer heavens and the heavenly gate. Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao suddenly raised his head. Lu Chen's question seemed to have solved a puzzle in his heart. After a long time, Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao let out a long sigh. Ask the heavens what the Tao is, and the heavens say, no Tao is Tao. Ask the heavens what the Tao is, and the heavens say, no Tao, no heaven. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What did Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao mean by this sentence? Lu Chen, perhaps in the future you will regret passing through the 8 heavens today. With that, Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao turned into starlight and scattered among the stardust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Even gods had to return the spiritual energy they had absorbed throughout their lives to the world when they died. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked down. Where Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao was, a black portal had appeared. Without a doubt, this was the portal to the 9 heavens domain, the final heavens. Finally, Lu Chen stood in front of the portal. Within the immortal spirit grotto heaven, everyone couldn't help but stand up and look at the image projected by the projection stone. On Earth, countless people stood up, their eyes falling on Lu Chen's back. In the immortal domain, countless people's breathing quickened. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts and stared at the human in front of the portal. No one had ever mentioned what the 9 heavens domain was like. No one had ever mentioned who lived in the 9 heavens because no one had ever entered that portal. Since ancient times, countless geniuses and overlords had stopped at the 8 heavens. However, in their lifetime, they were lucky enough to see the portal that led to the mystery. No wonder everyone was nervous. Lu Chen turned around and looked at the path he came from. In the empty core, he was the only one. He felt a little lonely, but this was inevitable. Then, Lu Chen stepped into the portal. Countless pairs of eyes watched as Lu Chen's figure disappeared into the black hole. After Lu Chen entered the 9 heavens, the 9 heavens domain returned to its usual calm. In the low-level heavens, people were still working hard to kill monsters and level up, clearing dungeons to get equipment. In the 4th heavens, the rules had been modified by Lu Chen. Now, there were fewer wars between races. Most importantly, the races had agreed to prohibit physical damage skills. In the 5th heavens, Earth and the natives had relied on the mineral veins that Lu Chen had left for them to develop their country of origin. After decades of development, the strength of the country of origin had gradually improved. They already had the potential to compete with the 8 countries. In the 6th heavens, the reputation of the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy was even greater than before. They still only recruited genius disciples. In addition, the founder of the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy, Solipsistic, was the first Jiuqian pioneer to enter the 9th heavens. This made the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy unparalleled in the limelight. Even the Emperor Heaven Immortal Palace was gradually surpassed. In the seventh heavens, there were many things waiting to be done in the human immortal domain. Although decades had passed, at this level, decades were not enough to make up for the losses of the war between the races. It was just that the new generation of humans, Sengoku, had already shown their talents. Yi Fan, Mulong, Jiao and Yi Fan had already become the strongest immortal venerable of the human race. And although the human race was now at its weakest, the interesting thing was that the human race's status was higher than ever before. With the contract signed by the 10,000 races in hand, the human immortal domain could at least be peaceful for a few hundred years. In the eighth heavens, after the war beyond the heavens, their strength was not as good as before. One of the 8 supreme gods of the 8 factions had fallen. The death god elected a new supreme god, but his status was no longer as good as the other 7 factions. However, in general, the original 8 factions were no longer the strongest in the 8th heavens. Various forces were surging with the intention of replacing them. However, no matter how the 8th heavens changed, the various heavens would always mention a name. The Divinity and Devil Celestial Emperor. How was that person doing in the 9th heavens? Chapter 1545. The 9 heavens regained its peace. At this moment, Lu Yi walked to her room. She opened the drawer and looked at the brocade pouch inside. This was the brocade pouch that Goddess Noo gave her. When she gave it to her, she told her not to tell anyone, including Lu Chun. Now that her brother had finally entered the 9 heavens, it was time to open the brocade pouch. Carefully opening the pouch, a special shadow stone suddenly fell out from within. Lu Yi hurriedly caught the shadow stone. Shadow stone? What's inside? Lu Yi injected her spirit energy, and the shadow stone reacted quickly. The shadow stone started to play a scene. On a certain night, a kind woman was hugging a little girl and singing a lullaby to lull her to sleep. But for some reason, tears suddenly fell from her eyes. The little girl looked at her mother curiously. "Mommy, why are you crying?" "Nothing." "E, do you still remember what Mommy said to you? That thing that you must remember?" "I remember. Mommy told me to protect brother." "Then are you willing?" "E is willing. Brother loves E the most. E also wants to protect brother." The woman smiled happily, but in her smile, her tears flowed even more uncontrollably. On a rainy day, 2 children sat side by side on the stairs of the street to avoid the rain. The little boy passed the meat bun to the little girl and smiled at her. "Little sister, eat quickly." "Brother, I'm not hungry." Grumble, the little girl's stomach failed to live up to her expectations and started to growl. Looking at the little boy's smile, the little girl blushed. "Brother, Mommy told me to protect you. You need to eat more to have strength." "Silly girl, how old are you?" "Of course it's me who will protect you. Eat quickly." "Then let's eat half each." One day, the brother and sister were too hungry. The brother finally went to steal a bag of barbecued chicken steaks, but he was still discovered. Those people caught up with them and blocked them in the alley. Looking at the fierce adults, the little girl stood in front of the little boy. But in the end, the one who was beaten was the brother. How could he watch others beat his sister? That time, the brother was beaten unconscious. The little girl laid on the brother's body and sobbed. Mommy said to protect brother, but now, fortunately, her brother woke up in the end. Scene after scene appeared. The little boy and the little girl lived a difficult life. He dropped out of school early and worked to pay for her education. The little girl finally grew up and entered the game company as an intern. It wasn't until they entered the 9 heavens domain that the siblings' lives underwent an earth-shaking change. However, no matter how rich they became, the one her brother loved the most was still the one who always shouted to protect her brother. As she watched, Lu Yi's tears fell silently. The video played the past between her and her brother. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed, but this relationship had never faded. At the end of the projection stone, the woman who was hugging Lu Yi appeared once again. Seeing this woman, Lu Yi was already sobbing. Mom. Although the woman in the projection stone couldn't hear Lu Yi's words, her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. By the time you see this recording stone, a few hundred years might have passed. Although your father and I were unable to accompany you as you grew up, we asked someone to record you and watch you grow up. As she spoke, the woman's face was already covered in tears. The woman wiped away her tears and readjusted her emotions. She said, since you've seen this recording, it means that the time is ripe. You should know the truth. Actually, your brother isn't your biological brother. Your father and I only have you as our child. Lu Yi widened her eyes and looked at the woman in disbelief. Her brain was buzzing. Do you still remember the lowest level of Jiutian, first heaven, the jackalen? But you should know that there are no real wild beasts in Jiutian. All wild beasts were once living creatures. When your father and I entered Jiutian, we found a newly born jackalen. At that time, it was so weak and helpless. It didn't know the fate of the jackalen clan and could only look at us helplessly. Later, your father used some methods to turn it into a human and brought it to Earth. We raised it, and it became your brother. As we came into contact with higher levels of the heavens, we began to feel that Jiutian was far from a game. Humanity, the fate of Earth was at stake. So, your father came up with Project Guide. This process was very complicated, and it's not the main point that I want to tell you. I won't say more here. What I want to tell you is that Lu Chun isn't your biological brother. He's just a low-level creature. All his family members have been devoured by Jiutian and became wild beasts in the first heaven. When Lu Yi heard this, her face turned pale. She took a few steps back and sat weakly on the bed. Brother, after knowing the truth, are you still willing to protect Lu Chun? Lu Yi's mind was blank. She had temporarily lost the ability to think. However, the woman was not in a hurry. It was as if she already knew this would be the result. When she was recording the recording, she deliberately waited for a long time. No, impossible, Lu Yi said in a daze. This news was too big a blow to her. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Lu Chun wasn't her biological brother. He wasn't even human. He was just a lowly, low-level creature. After waiting for a long time, the woman spoke again. Her eyes were filled with determination. If you're still willing to protect your brother, then complete the last step of Project Guide, which is also the most crucial step. Only you can achieve divine demon Wutian. When Lu Chun stepped into the ninth heaven, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The place he was in now was an empty space filled with dense, chaotic spiritual energy. This was the ninth heaven. This was completely different from what Lu Chun had imagined. It's good to cultivate here, but I've reached a bottleneck again. Lu Chun shook his head. Is there really no one here? Won't I suffocate to death? At this thought, Lu Chun quickly summoned the little beast and the rest. Oh, what the hell is this place? Is it the Nine Nether Chaos? The little beast looked around in surprise. Strange, it's not completely dark here. At least we can see the surroundings. Where's this light coming from? Rhubarb frowned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little furball expressed that it would starve to death if it stayed here for too long. Boss, since there's a weak light, let's go find the source of the light. The little golden carp said. Lu Chun nodded. Okay, everyone, be careful. There might be something near the source of the light. Chapter 1546. The Nine Heavens was like a forbidden zone for life. Apart from Lu Chun's group, there were no other signs of life. The tour guide Rhubarb led the group towards the faint light. Although there was light, they couldn't see it in this vast and empty space. Even if there was a light source, it must be in an extremely distant place. Little Beast leisurely followed behind Lu Chun. Dad, I really miss the times when we went to other heavens. At least when we arrived at a new heaven, there would be a large group of people. This Nine Heavens is great. There's nothing, Rhubarb said. Of course. Didn't you say that no one has come to the Nine Heavens before? But it can't be that there's no one. Where's the ruler of the Jiutian? Even if you want to fight, you should at least come out. Little Beast said in boredom. Dad, what do you think? Lu Chun frowned. The Jotian's final secret lies in the nine heavens. Perhaps the light source is the answer. Perhaps that will be our last battle in the Jiuqian. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Little Beast and the rest couldn't help but become nervous. The last battle in the Jiuqian? Then the opponent should be stronger than Hunyuan Heavenly Tao. Dad, then do you want to cultivate first? Little Beast said, Hunyuan Heavenly Tao's battle strength is already very terrifying. You don't have any stronger trump cards now. Lu Chen shook his head with a serious expression. My level has reached a bottleneck. Last time, Ji Xing helped me break through. But there's nothing here. I don't have the opportunity to break through. Forget it. Let's go and take a look first. We're just getting close to the light source. While Rhubarb and the rest leaped forward, Lu Chun took the opportunity to check his backpack. There were still a lot of materials inside. Although he left most of the materials for the immortal spirit grotto heaven, he still left 2 storage rings with many materials inside. Lu Yi left him all kinds of pills from recovery to enhancement. There were too many to count. There were only a few beast nuclei. The little critter needed beast nuclei, so most of them had already been used up. The remaining beast nuclei were for emergency use. There were only about 100,000 of them. In the end, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the piece of mud. This thing could replace all living things. It was a super powerful, life-saving treasure. Unfortunately, there was only one piece of such a useful treasure. Dad, what are you thinking about? Little Beast noticed that Lu Chan had fallen behind and seemed to have a lot on his mind, so it ran over and asked, It's nothing. Are you worried about the prophecies of the gods and Buddhas? Gods and Buddhas had said that within the 9 heavens, Lu Chan would lose a loved one. Lu Chan took a deep breath. Sure enough, the little critter had been following him since it was an egg. It had almost become a roundworm in his stomach. It knew everything he was thinking. Dad, actually, I'm a little concerned too. The words of the gods and Buddhas don't sound like prophecies, but more like karma. So, his words are more or less concerning. Lu Chen smiled. I'm not afraid. I just need to be prepared. Let's go. From the next day onwards, Lu Chen called back the little critter and the rest and directly jumped through space. Lu Chen's jump distance was already very exaggerated. He could jump between galaxies. However, it was not until 6 months later that Lu Chen and the rest arrived at a light source in the distance. It was like the only starlight in the entire night sky. After discovering the light spot, Lu Chen increased his speed. 3 months later, Lu Chen finally arrived in front of this huge planet. At a certain location on this planet, Lu Chen saw a tall tower, Tong Tian Tower. Lu Chen immediately entered this planet and arrived in front of Tong Tian Tower. Tong Tian Tower. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. His father was imprisoned in the last level of Tong Tian Tower, Tong Tian Prison. Although he had just arrived at the 9 heavens, there was nothing in the 9 heavens. But at this moment, Tong Tian Tower was right in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but walk towards Tong Tian Tower. Just as he arrived in front of Tong Tian Tower, a deep voice suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Chen, you finally came? Lu Chen's hair suddenly stood up. He instantly activated divine demon symbiosis and paid 120% attention to his surroundings. Who are you? Me? Before knowing who I am, I suggest you figure out who you are first. Lu Chen was always vigilant of his surroundings and said, Since you can exist in the 9 heavens, you should know who I am. That voice had a hint of ridicule. Of course I know who you are, but the question is, do you know? Lu Chen coldly snorted. So, the higher the level of the strong, the more they like to deliberately mystify. Ha 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 ha, Lu Chen, you have been insisting on one thing all this time, and no one can change it. You have been using the identity of a human to fight against the heavens, against the earth, against the strong. You want to obtain supreme power, but you don't want to give up the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you think this is realistic? To put it bluntly, others only want to comprehend the way of heaven, but your motive is greed. You want to control the way of heaven. Lu Chen sneered, I have never thought about controlling the way of heaven, But if I give up the 7 emotions and 6 desires, even if I become an immortal or a god, so what? I will no longer be the original me. That voice sounded again. The strongest power should be pure power. Any power mixed with personal emotions will lead to the imbalance of the heavens and earth. Strength shouldn't be different just because you are strong or weak. In front of the way of heaven, all living things should be equal. Lu Chun sternly shouted, "Don't boast about the way of heaven in front of me." And you said that in front of the way of heaven, all living things should be equal, right? I have a friend who asked me to ask you. The king of wild monsters wants to ask you, what is the equality of all living things? Kings, nobles, generals, ministers are all equal. The lowly will always be lowly and can only accept the fate of being destroyed. The strong will wantonly plunder and torment living things without any punishment. Is this the equality of all living things you speak of? If all living things are equal, why can you control the fate of all living things in Jyotian? Didn't you set up the Jyotian system? Why can you control the way of heaven that you speak of, but I can't? Devouring the world, exterminating races, enslaving all living things, the law of the jungle, despising life. If you think this is fair, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to break the fairness that you speak of. These words have been in Lu Chen's heart for many years, and now he finally had the chance to question them face to face. After a long time, that voice sounded again. How interesting. You don't even know who you are, and you are preaching to me here. Fine, I'll show you that what you insist on is actually a lie. God and demon? No, you will only become a demon in the end, and become what you hate the most. Suddenly, a huge light screen appeared in front of Lu Chun. On the light screen, tens of thousands of jack-o'-lanterns were frantically running away, as if something was chasing them from behind. Only a female jack-o'-lantern was very special. She went against the crowd, quickly entered the dense forest, and came to her nest. At this time, there was a newborn jack-o'-lantern baby in the nest. When it saw its mother return, it howled at her. Chapter 1547. The female Knoll grabbed the baby Knoll and quickly passed through the jungle. The thorns on the road cut through her skin, but she did not notice it until she saw the corpses of her kind. Her eyes were full of sorrow, but she only stopped for a moment. She still went in the direction of her remaining companions and quickly sneaked behind the pursuers. Unfortunately, the Knolls were still weak. Soon, the foreign pursuers found this kind of Knolls. "There's one over there. Kill her quickly." A sharp arrow pierced her calf, and then more arrows hit her body. Her body was full of sharp arrows. However, she did not care and rushed toward a portal with all her strength. At the moment when her life was about to end, she looked at the baby in her arms and used the last of her strength to throw the baby Knoll into the portal. The baby Knoll flew in the air and was scratched by a chasing arrow, but it only looked at its mother in confusion. Watching her fall in a pool of blood, watching more people stab her body with sharp swords and spears, and watching a smile on her face. For some reason, when Lu Chun saw all this, there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. The scene changed. In an unknown world, 2 humans passed through a jungle and found the baby Knoll in the forest. The woman curiously walked forward and picked up the young life. Why is there a Knoll here? Didn't the Jiutian devour the Knoll world? Why is it here? Strange. The man was also a little confused. Xing Kai. He seems to be injured. The moment the man and woman appeared, Lu Chen's mind buzzed. He knew these 2 people. In the family photo he had been keeping, they were his parents. It was just that compared to the movie, they looked younger. At this moment, Lu Chen's body shook, and he could not help but step back. Before the light screen continued to tell the story, all the causes and effects had been connected one by one. Lu Chun had realized something. No, impossible, this can't be true. Why was it that when he first entered the Jiutian, all the other players were humans, but he was a weak Knoll? Perhaps this wasn't a Jiutian bug or a second-hand gaming helmet from the very beginning. How could a game like Jiutian have a bug? Lu Yuan, let's keep him. The woman looked at the little Knoll with heartache. Look at how helpless and pitiful he is. The man frowned. Its species has already gone extinct. Keeping it alive might not be helping it. Then bring it back to Earth. I have the initial divine blood demon seed that corresponds to the divine blood demon seed. If it inherits the divine blood demon seed, it will be able to obtain a chance to reconstruct its body. All I have to do is reconstruct it into a human. The man seemed a little hesitant. Shinkai, do you really want to keep it? Some of the information we have now seems to indicate that there is not much time left on Earth. At this time, we can't even take care of ourselves. The woman held the little Noel in her arms and looked at the little Noel with a loving smile in her eyes. Little guy, you're so ugly. Your parents are gone, right? I don't know what method they used to send you here. They must love you very much. But don't be sad. From now on, we'll be your parents. Lu Yuan, we can't just ignore it. The woman raised her head and looked at the man firmly. The man shook his head helplessly. Okay, I really don't know what to do with you. A few months later, the little Noel was implanted with an unknown blood. At the same time, it was integrated with the blood of Lu Yuan and Shinkai. It gradually took on a human form. The scene changed again. The little Noel had grown to 4 or 5 years old, and he had long forgotten his origins. He had a cute little sister, and he loved his little sister more than anyone else. The last scene. There was only Lu Yuan and another man in the scene. Lu Chen also knew this man. The man from the mountains. Old Mountain, I hope you can help me. This is the last hope of mankind. Lu Yuan, you have placed all your hopes on Lu Chen. He is not human after all. No. Lu Yuan seemed a little agitated. He is my and Shinkai's son. I believe he can do it. Moreover, he has the power of both gods and demons in his body. This is the foundation of the life-defying set. Only Chun has hope of completing the life-defying set. The mountain man sighed. It's impossible to complete the life-reversing celestial and demon set. Even if you and Xingcai have clues about Wutian celestial and demon, you should know that the difficulty of obtaining each piece of life-reversing celestial and demon is unimaginable, let alone the complete set. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. I know, but do we have any other hope? Both sides fell into silence. After a long time, the man from the mountain said, Kai, she has fallen in Polar Star. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. The man from the mountains lowered his head. After a long time, he said, the cost of your guide plan is too great. So what? How much time do humans have left? Are we going to become the next Jack Allen race? This is Shinkai's choice, and I have no right to stop her. After coming to Jiuqian for so many years, I have understood that Earth is just a low-level planet. We're no different from the Jackal-Ants. If we are not willing to accept our fate, then we must resist. Even if the chance is so small that it can be ignored, we must at least try. Yamanaka, help me. Guide Chun and make him our last hope. Yamanaka frowned. If this is your last chance, then I will do my best. But I can only help him until he reaches the 6th layer. And don't you think that Lu Chun will be in great pain when he finds out the truth? Are you sure he can survive? For him, his whole life has been a lie. Even his existence is part of the guide's plan. He has become a tool for the survival of humanity. Can he accept all this? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and his eyes were filled with tears. At least there is one thing we have never lied to him. The video played to this point, and before Lu Yuan could finish his last sentence, the screen suddenly disappeared. When the screen disappeared, Lu Chun was still standing there, motionless. At this moment, the shock in his mind made it impossible for him to think. He is not human. He is not his parents' flesh and blood. He was a weak knoll. From the moment he entered Jiuqian, the answer was in front of him, without the slightest mistake. He is a Jack Allen race that has been exterminated, and the people he has been protecting are not his own people at all. Lu Yi is not his sister. 100 years, it turned out that he was wrong from the beginning. It turned out that the heart he insisted on was wrong from the beginning. The world in Lu Chen's heart collapsed at this moment. Chapter 1548. Lu Chen's mind buzzed, and the voice sounded again. Lu Chen, you've been used all your life, and that person is your so-called father. You protect Earth, your family, but they have nothing to do with you. Don't you think it's ironic? Didn't you want to go against the heavens and change your fate? How are you going to change such a fate? Lu Chen only felt a splitting headache. He wailed in pain. Stop talking. You shut up. The more Lu Chen didn't want to listen, the more he couldn't get rid of the voice. Lu Chen, you risked your life for Earth, but in the end, you're just a pawn. If the people of Earth knew your identity, would they still call you Earth's god of war? They'll definitely laugh at you and treat you as a joke. You're nothing at all. Lu Chen's eyes were uncontrollably emitting smoke. He desperately tried to control the anger and helplessness in his heart, but as soon as he calmed down a little, he would be crazily destroyed by the ruthless reality. You lied to me. None of this is real. Lied to you? Lu Yuan is in Tongtian prison. After you think it through, you can ask him yourself. Lu Chen raised his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of Tongtian prison. He had always wanted to save his father, but now he didn't have the courage to enter the last floor of Tongtian Tower. That man had lied to him for 100 years. Lu Chen, release the hatred in your heart and forget those useless fetters. Those things are just proof of your stupidity. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned around and disappeared in front of Tongtian Tower. At this moment, Lu Chen actually chose to escape. Lu Chen didn't leave the planet. He didn't use space jump. Now, he couldn't even use spiritual power. He just ran in the forest tirelessly. After running for an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen fell to the ground, exhausted. He let himself lie on the ground and looked up at the sky. The scene on the light screen was too much of a blow to him. It was enough to make his entire world collapse. Lu Chen's growth from the first layer of heaven to this point was undoubtedly faster than everyone else's, but his journey was definitely not easy. He had been on the brink of death time and time again, but the faith that had supported him all this time had collapsed in an instant. How could he accept this? It's all a hoax. Everything is a lie. I'm a jackalen. My race is extinct. I'm nothing. Lu Chen allowed the tears to fall from his eyes. Exhausted, he gradually closed his eyes. Forgetting all his missions and putting down all his responsibilities, Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, when Lu Chen opened his eyes, he suddenly discovered 9 portals not far in front of him. There was a stone tablet in front of each portal. From the first heaven to the 8th heaven, and then to Earth, there were 9 portals that led to 9 worlds. Was this the transmission array of the 9 heavens? Lu Chen didn't care too much and walked into the first teleportation gate. Earth's novice village. There was no longer a sea of people here, but there were still some young players who were born here from time to time. At the entrance of the village, a few children about 10 years old were hunting jackalans to level up under the guidance of adults. Hey, that person is so strange. Is he an NPC? A child saw Lu Chen with disheveled hair and a dirty face and walked up to him curiously. Uncle, are you an NPC? Do you have a mission? Lu Chen ignored the child. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind some shocked newcomers. Hundreds of meters away, Lu Chen walked in the middle of a group of jackalans. These were his people, the weak ones, the strong ones, the agile ones, the especially strong ones. After they died, they were made into the lowest level monsters. And back then, he was one of them. Lu Chen walked in front of Jackalen and gently reached out his hand to touch the monster. Strangely, the Jackalen didn't resist at all. It just looked at Lu Chen with an indescribable look in its eyes. It was as if it could read Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen's tears flowed down uncontrollably. He cried bitterly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them." Lu Chen cried and knelt down, unable to control himself. So what if I broke into the 9 heavens? I couldn't protect my people. I'm sorry. After a long time, Lu Chen finally calmed down. After returning to the 9 heavens, Lu Chen entered the 8 heavens. Lu Chun went directly to the outer space and returned to Polar Star. Now, Lu Chun desperately wanted to find someone who could tell him everything that had happened. Although Lu Chun broke through because of Polar Star, he was the only human sovereign in the eight heavens. The other gods didn't improve much in Polar Star, so no one on this planet deliberately came to cultivate. Was this the world where Shinkai fell? In other words, the woman he met was his mother. No, she wasn't his mother. However, Lu Chun stayed here for a month, but he never saw that woman again. It was reasonable to say that if he didn't meet Shinkai here, Lu Chun should have left long ago. However, Lu Chun stayed here for another 3 months. During this time, Lu Chun sat in front of the waterfall every day, watching the waterfall. He didn't cultivate, nor did he eat. He just sat there in a daze. Although the little beast and the others were very worried about Lu Chun, they also knew how bad Lu Chun's condition was. Dad can't really be possessed by the devil, right? It's hard to get rid of the devil. It's really possible. It shouldn't be. I think he still has a trace of reason in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped from the Tower of Babel. He wanted to calm himself down. AI, Master is so pitiful. The little golden carp looked at the figure in the water curtain with heartache. When he walks out of there, I wonder if that person is still the master we used to know. 3 months later, the little beast and the others found that Lu Chun was no longer in the water curtain. They hurriedly looked around and finally found a figure fishing in the deep pool. After such a thing, Boss was actually in the mood to fish. Was he crazy? At night, Lu Chun lay on the platform in the waterfall, looking at the starry sky through the water curtain. There's still the mountain man. Where is the mountain man? That guy was elusive. Only he would look for him. He would never let Lu Chun find him. Rhubarb and the others came to Lu Chun's side and looked at Lu Chun with strange eyes. Dad, are you okay? The little beast was worried and looked at Lu Chun with some vigilance. You came at the right time. Lu Chun sat up. Rhubarb, Mu Xian, and the mountain man are both good friends of Lu Yuan. They might know each other. Do you know how to find a mountain man? Find a mountain man? The 5 beasts looked at Lu Chun in surprise. After a long time, Lu Chun sighed. That guy in the Jiuqian is forcing me to become a demon. He's forcing me to give up everything I've been holding on to. I know that's his purpose. After this period of time, I've calmed down. Actually, I can accept that we're not related by blood. But Mu Xian, why didn't the mountain man tell me the truth earlier? The light curtain didn't finish playing the last part. I need to find the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to overcome my inner demon. If Lu Chen's beliefs collapsed, he would no longer be the solipsistic man who could create miracles. The little beast sighed in relief and said in surprise, Dad, you finally pulled yourself together. Lu Chun shook his head. I just want to know the complete truth. I won't become a pawn for others to use, whether it's that guy in the Jiuqian or Lu Yuan. The little beast nodded. Dad, no matter what you choose to be, we'll follow you. Rhubarb, quickly see if you can find a mountain man. This matter is very important to Dad. Rhubarb shook his head. The outer space is so big. I can't find the mountain man. Just as everyone was at a loss, a woman suddenly walked out of the forest. As soon as he saw this woman, Lu Chun was stunned. This was the beast woman who had saved him from the hands of the 8 sovereigns back then. I knew you'd come back here. You want to find a mountain man? I can take you there. The woman looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Lu Chun stood up and frowned at the woman. Who are you? How did you know I'd come back here? The woman smiled. What's wrong? Has Lu Tianyi become so cautious now? Don't worry, I won't harm you. Otherwise, I would have killed you last time. Chapter 1549. On a certain planet, there were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. In front of a cave full of weeds, Lu Chun looked in front of him in surprise, unable to recover for a moment. You said that the mountain man lives here. Why don't we go in and see? The woman looked at the cave and stopped smiling. Her tone was a little lonely. Wait, only you can go in. This is what the mountain man said. The woman suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Lu Chun nodded and asked Little Beast and the rest to stay outside the cave. Little beast shook its head. It didn't know what the mountain man had to say to its dad to not let it in, but it probably wasn't something it was interested in. Little beast turned to the exotic beast woman and said, "Beauty, what race are you? Do you want to breed with a divine beast? I'm the god of beasts with 16 divine beasts in one body." Rhubarb's face darkened. Little beast was at it again. The most important thing was that the success rate of such a clumsy pickup technique was actually quite high. Little Furball was more reliable. It was now clinging to the little golden carp and asking her to take it to find something to eat. Lu Chan walked into the cave alone. The cave was full of spiritual energy, but it was full of weeds and cobwebs. It was hard to believe that this was the mountain man's residence. "Mountain man, I'm Lu Chun. Where are you?" Lu Chan shouted as he went deeper into the cave. When he reached the depths of the cave, Lu Chan finally saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. But when Lu Chan looked carefully, his heart suddenly tightened. What was sitting there cross-legged was actually a skeleton. Just when Lu Chan was puzzled, a person walked out from another entrance. "Mountain man." Lu Chan stared at the person with wide eyes. The person who came was indeed the mountain man. The mountain man smiled. "Good boy, you actually found my residence." Lu Chan heaved a sigh of relief. "You scare me. I thought this skeleton was you." The man in the mountain looked at Lu Chan with a faint smile. "He is indeed me, Lu Chan. Given your current level of spiritual energy, take a closer look at me." Lu Chan frowned, but he still followed the instructions of the mountain dweller and activated the celestial demon observation eye to observe the mountain dweller. With one look, Lu Chan was suddenly stunned. Spiritual power flowed within the body of the mountain man. It was like spiritual threads that formed his meridians, but the spiritual power was very weak. Furthermore, he didn't have a spirit core. Why don't you have a spirit core?" Lu Chan said in shock. "Because I'm not from the mountains. I'm just a puppet that Master made in his own image. The real mountain people had already fallen 40 years ago." "What? Why?" Lu Chen's eyes widened. The mountain man said, "Lu Chun, Master created me to wait for you and tell you everything he knows." The mountain man pointed to a stone chair beside him for Lu Chun to sit down. He took out a pot of wine. "This is your favorite wine. It took me a lot of effort to get it. He especially told me to keep it for you. A cup of immortal wine that could add 50 points of spiritual energy. Lu Chun, Master, is an immortal cultivator from Earth. However, he didn't cultivate through the Jiuqian. A long time ago, very few people embarked on the path of immortal cultivation and cultivated in outer space. Of course, Jiuqian has a complete system for immortal cultivation. It can help people grow faster. This is something that Master can't compare to." Lu Chen nodded. "Then why did the mountain man suddenly die?" The mountain man said, "The woman who brought you here is from the Jingwei tribe. Their world can open a passage to Jiuqian. Master entered Jiuqian from them. However, in order to enter Jiuqian, Master had to ensure that his strength was below that of a true immortal. He had no choice but to damage his cultivation and go from a true immortal to an itinerant immortal. According to the lifespan of an itinerant immortal, Master has already exceeded his limit." Lu Chun sat there dejectedly. He didn't expect the mountain man to die. "Why didn't he tell me?" Lu Chun sighed and shook his head. "Maybe I can think of a way. Everyone has their own fate. This is Master's choice. Lu Chun, you don't have to be sad. By the way, Lu Chun, you must have something to ask Master this time. If you have any questions, just ask. I'll answer them to the best of my knowledge." Lu Chun sighed and could only ask, "Am I really a jackal?" "Lu Chun, you were originally from the Jackal clan. Later, Lu Yuan and Xing Kai took you in. With the help of Xing Kai's godly demon heavenly might and corresponding godly blood demon seed, you shaped your human form," the mountain man said. Lu Chun had already mentally prepared himself, but when he heard the mountain man's confirmation, he still felt indescribably uncomfortable. "Were there humans among the murderers of the Jackal clan?" Lu Chun asked. "Yes, the Jackal clan was exterminated after the War of the 10,000 Clans. Since it was a war of the 10,000 clans, then humans must have participated, Lu Chen's eyes emitted green fog as he said fiercely, I actually helped my enemy. The mountain man shook his head. Lu Chen, your enemy isn't humans, but Jiutian mechanism. Master specifically checked. The Jackal clan is weak and doesn't even have an immortal. The planet was automatically devoured by the Jiutian after the protection period passed. Under such circumstances, what could humans do? Besides, I can be sure that there were absolutely no humans from Earth among them. At that time, there were probably only a few immortals on Earth. Given their situation, they naturally wouldn't have participated in the extermination of the Jackal clan. After knowing this, Lu Chun felt a little better. Then my mother, adoptive mother, what do you know? She's not human, the mountain man said. She's a species derived from a planet that was devoured and destroyed by the Jiutian. You can think of her as the planet's spirit. Planet spirit. Yes, you should have heard of Hongming, right? Everything has spiritual qi and can be cultivated. She was stronger than your father, so your father stopped at the 7th layer, but she could reach the 8th. Lu Chen's head buzzed. The mountain man's answer was more complicated than he had imagined. Any other questions? Yes. Am I part of Lu Yuan's guide plan? Does he want to use me to protect Earth? Yes. The mountain man answered decisively. Hearing this answer, Lu Chen's heart felt even more bitter. Lu Chen, where on earth did you find out about this? Lu Chen lowered his head and said softly, some guy in the Jiutian. I only heard his voice, but I didn't see him. In front of the Tower of Babel, he showed me many images of the past. I saw Lu Yuan asking you to help him guide me. The mountain man was silent for a long time. It must be hard to accept suddenly knowing all this. Lu Chen was not in the mood to answer the mountain man. The mountain man suddenly said, since you are in the Jiutian Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel is right in front of you. You can ask your father in person, but you took the trouble to find me. So do you hate him? Lu Chen closed his eyes in pain. This was also an answer. He was very conflicted. Suddenly, the mountain man said, if I'm not wrong, the person in 9th heaven must want to control you. So he showed you all this. Lu Chen suddenly became agitated. But that's not important. What's important is that what he said is the truth. Yes, what he showed you is the truth. But the mountain man suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Is there anything more real than your own experience? Lu Chen, you've been mistaken about one thing. The mountain man suddenly said. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the mountain man in surprise. The mountain man said slowly, the guide plan is not just to protect Earth. You're the core of the so-called mentor plan. Lu Yuan and Xing Kai have poured all their resources into you. They've given you everything that they can. The ultimate goal of the guide plan is to guide you to become an existence that surpasses the Jiutian. Chapter 1550. Lu Chen, I don't have much time left. Master didn't give me much spirit energy, said the man from Puppet Mountain. And you don't have much time left either. Lu Chen could see that the spirit energy in the man's body was almost depleted. When the spirit energy was depleted, the puppet would lose its vitality. Do you have any other questions? Lu Chen looked up and asked, does Louie know about all this? No. In her heart, you are her brother. Lu Chen closed his eyes, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Lu Chen, I have used up all my energy. There is one last thing that Master wanted me to tell you. Actually, the divine demon heavenly might's corresponding divine blood demon seed has the effect of reshaping the body and balancing the two divine demon heavenly might. But it can't decide what kind of person you will become. What you are today has nothing to do with the guide plan. The guide plan only guides you at a certain point. It can't decide what kind of person you will become, nor can it decide your achievements. I've told you everything I know. As for your future choices, that's for you to decide. With that, the man from Puppet Mountain's eyes suddenly lost their light. Lu Chen looked at the puppet losing its vitality and felt bad. If it weren't for so many things, he would have always treated the man from the mountain as his mentor and friend. But now, Lu Chen turned to leave, but his feet didn't move for a long time. Finally, he turned around and placed the puppet next to the mountain man's corpse. He poured 2 cups of spirit wine, one in front of the corpse and the other in one gulp. With tears in his eyes, Lu Chun said with difficulty, "Old mountain, thank you." With that, Lu Chun turned and left. Coming out of the cave, Lu Chen's face didn't look too good. The woman from another race wasn't surprised and asked, "You met the mountain man?" Lu Chen nodded and looked at the woman. "You're called Hun Shi, right? Thank you for helping me. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just let me know." Hun Shi said, "There's no need. In the past, our clan owed the people in the mountains a favor. I was only asked by him. By the way, Lu Chen, what do you plan to do next?" Lu Chen was at a loss. After a long time, he said, "I don't know either." Hun Shi nodded. "Min, I've heard about your situation. Even if I encountered this kind of thing, I would definitely be very conflicted. You can't just wander around here, can you? Why don't you come to my world and stay there for a while? Just take it as a distraction." Lu Chun did not want to go back to the Jotian, let alone go back to Earth. There seemed to be nowhere else to go. Where a little beast and the others? Lu Chun suddenly thought of the 5 beasts, but they were not around. Oh, the little beast has gone to my clan to reproduce. The sky-devouring, god-slaying rat and the others have gone out to cultivate with the golden-scaled dragon carp. Went to reproduce. The little critter's itinerary was indeed the most eye-catching. Lu Chen immediately noticed it. Hun Shi smiled, but did not say anything. He looked at Lu Chun with a gaze that everyone understood. Lu Chun could only shake his head. In some ways, the little beast had already left his father in the dust in the Jotian. Little Fur Ball and the others were not in any danger. Lu Chun followed Hun Shi to the Jingwei clan. The Jingwei clan was very strong. There were all kinds of strange beasts mixed in the clan. Perhaps it was the result of the hard work of people like the little beast. "Lu Chun, our clan has legends about the Jotian. Do you want to take a look?" Hun Shi looked at Lu Chun. "It's a pity that our clan's treasure, the Omen Stone, has not appeared for hundreds of years. Otherwise, you would be able to learn more about the Jotian through the Omen Stone." Lu Chun shook his head. "I don't want to think about that right now. I just want to find a place to rest. Amen, okay? I've already told my clan members. You can rest assured and stay here. This is my voice transmission talisman." "Thank you, Hun Shi." Lu Chun lived in this beautiful new world. There were mountains and seas everywhere. He chose an isolated island surrounded by the sea. The island was covered in lush vegetation. It was colorful, and there were only some low-level beasts. Lu Chun built a wooden house near the sea. Every day, Lu Chun would fish by the sea and cook for himself. Occasionally, he would go to the nearby forest to collect some fruits and edible crops. He cultivated a piece of farmland in front of the wooden house and transplanted these crops. At night, Lu Chun would lie on the beach and look at the stars in the sky. He enjoyed the light and shadow of the starry sky reflected in the sea. Lu Chun had forgotten how long it had been since he had lived such a leisurely life. After letting go of everything, he could be so relaxed. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. In these 7 years, Lu Chun was completely in a state of seclusion. On this day, Lu Chun was fishing by the sea. After 7 years of cultivation, his fishing skill had reached the divine level. This also gave Lu Chun a headache. He just wanted to catch some ordinary small fish, enough to eat. As a result, it didn't take long for him to catch some strange things with a single hook. Deep-sea black flood dragons, sea dragon gods, sea elves. He would catch anything of a higher level. Last time, he accidentally caught a little golden carp. At that time, both sides were a little embarrassed. However, Lu Chun basically let go of the divine beasts he caught. He didn't want to take in any more battle pets. Lu Chun checked the hook. After making sure that there was no bait, he cast the hook. Not long after, Lu Chun felt something bite the hook. Lu Chun tried to lift it. It was quite heavy. "Don't tell me it's another dragon." Lu Chun looked disgusted. After lifting the hook with great difficulty, the prey came out of the water. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. This time, what fell out was actually a huge rock. The hook was stuck in the groove of the rock and couldn't break free. Damn, what is this? Lu Chun had just fished out the huge rock when suddenly, in the surrounding sky, countless figures rushed over. The black mass almost blocked the sky. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He had seen this kind of scene many times. But the problem was, he was just fishing. Did he offend someone again? Among the many people, a huge bird with colorful wings gradually turned into human form as it flew. It quickly arrived in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, Han Shi, what are you doing? We sense that the omen stone has appeared. Han Shi seemed quite nervous. Lu Chen frowned and then blinked. The omen stone you're talking about. Is it this? Han Shi followed Lu Chen's gaze and was shocked. This is the omen stone. How did you get it? You might not believe me, but I caught it when I was fishing. Han Shi was stunned. But soon, she used her spiritual energy to lift the huge rock. Lu Chen, come with me. Lu Chen immediately thought of the history of the Jingwei clan. He shook his head. I don't want to know about Jiutian. It's not about Jiutian. The omen stone should only appear 100 years later. But this time, it suddenly appeared. There must be a terrible natural disaster. Chapter 1551. Lu Chen followed Han Shi to the Jingwei clan's sacrificial altar. Han Shi placed the omen stone in the center of the sacrificial altar. Not long after, the ancient stone pillars around the sacrificial altar exploded with various colored lights. A screen of light appeared in the middle of each stone pillar. In the middle of the screen, in front of the ninth heaven Tong Tian Tower, a huge door of light appeared. From the door of light, creatures that Lu Chen had never seen before continuously surged out. After these creatures crazily rushed into the ninth heaven, they immediately found the teleportation doors to the various heavens. However, they seemed to be unable to use the teleportation doors. Right now, they were studying the teleportation array. What is this place? Han, she said with wide eyes. Lu Chen creased his brows. It should be the ninth heaven. Ninth heaven? They entered the ninth heaven? What kind of creatures are these? Every single one of them has a glowing spirit shield formed from spirit channeling. Han, she stared with wide eyes at the screen. Even if they were gods, there were very few that could cultivate to spirit channeling. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to maintain such a spirit shield forever. Materializing a spirit shield required a terrifying amount of spirit energy. Maybe they don't know what kind of world is on the other side of the door of light. So to ensure their safety, they mainly used their spirit energy for defense. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. However, have these creatures already reached spirit channeling? Not good. Han, she suddenly said, if they enter the teleportation door, wouldn't they enter all the heavens? Lu Chen's brows creased tightly. In the ninth heaven, there were teleportation doors from the first heaven to the eighth heaven. Most importantly, there were teleportation doors to Earth. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil. If these powerful creatures entered Earth, Earth would probably instantly disappear in the Milky Way. Lu Chen suddenly remembered two sentences about him in the eighth heaven. One sentence, the human emperor was the limit. The other sentence, if someone reached the limit, the gate of heaven would open and all creatures would awaken. Could it be the creatures in the gate of heaven? Lu Chen's eyes widened. But I didn't do anything. The video was still playing, but it seemed that these creatures couldn't break the teleportation array immediately. Han, she sighed. Once these creatures enter the eighth layer of heaven, they will definitely come to outer space through the Jiutian tunnel. Looking at their unbearable thirst, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. Oh, by the way, Lu Chen, the omen stone has returned to its original position. I'll bring you to the ancestral altar to take a look. Lu Chen's brows furrowed, but Han, she didn't give Lu Chen time to refuse, pulling him towards the Jing Guard ancestral altar. This was a stone wall with many diagrams drawn on it. Lu Chen recognized Jingwei filling the sea, Pangu opening the sky, Niuhua mending the sky, and so on. This tower, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall tower carved on the stone wall. That's right, the Tower of Babel. Han, she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, use your blood to awaken the ancestral spirit. The highest level the awakener can reach will allow them to know the secrets of that level. Lu Chun was the only person to enter the ninth layer of heaven. Only his blood could completely uncover the secrets of the Tower of Babel. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun came in front of the stone wall. He cut his finger and touched the Tower of Babel with his finger that was stained with blood. The diagrams on the stone wall suddenly became three-dimensional and appeared in front of the two of them. A solemn female voice sounded. The Tower of Babel key hides the universe. There are 9 holes in the key. If the 9 holes are opened, the gate of heaven can be opened and the strongest creatures can be awakened. Right now, the Tower of Babel key has already formed its own consciousness. It will devour the creatures of the gate of heaven and obtain supreme power. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The Tower of Babel was a key. This can't be real, right? Lu Chen looked at Han Shi in shock. It can't be wrong. The ancestors of our Jingwei clan have existed for a long time. It's because of this that they know the secrets of the Tower of Babel. Han Shi was also a bit distracted. This was the first time she had heard of this secret. However, she never doubted the information provided by her ancestors. Not good. Lu Chun returned to the altar. The two of them quickly returned to the altar. At this moment, the creatures of the gate of heaven were still studying the 9 teleportation circles. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Millions of strong creatures were instantly reduced to a pile of white bones. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was so shocked that he was petrified. His brain almost stopped working. Ji Xing's second sentence was, "Those above the extreme number will open the gate of heaven. All creatures will awaken and the storm will rise again." However, no one would have thought that all of this was the plan of the Tower of Babel Key's consciousness. All creatures had awakened, but they had all become the spiritual energy of others. Ha ha! A familiar voice sounded from the light screen. Immediately after, a human figure formed from the white bones. This person's appearance was that of a human. His upper body was bare, and his well-proportioned muscles were perfect. He raised his head and roared. Immediately after, he lowered his head. His sharp face was facing the light screen. His purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the light screen and see everyone present. Lu Yuan, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your guide plan, how could anyone enter the 9 levels of heaven and open the Tower of Babel Key's spiritual energy transmission, allowing me to open the gate of heaven? Now, I also have a physical body. Gods, demons, gods, deities, rulers, gods, Buddhas, supreme gods, ancient gods. In front of me, they're all ants. I'm a master of this place. I am the ruler of the universe. Heavenly Tao, isn't that also a type of rule? As long as I have enough strength, I can control the heavenly Tao. If I control the heavenly Tao, then things will become simple. Destruction is my heavenly Tao. Lu Chun, speaking of which, the person I need to thank the most is still you. The man looked straight at Lu Chun. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for someone to set me free. But you have pushed my plan forward by so much. TSK, 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 what a heaven-defying change of fate. Lu Chun, you are actually a joke. Used by your adoptive parents, used by me, you will always be the most inferior werewolf. Since I am free, this Jiutian no longer has any value in existing. As a reward for you, I will start with Earth. I will personally destroy all the worlds one by one. Don't you hate this world very much? Then let me help you destroy it. Just as the man was talking loudly, suddenly, countless light pillars fell beside him like an iron cage, trapping him inside. The man roared, "What? You still won't let me out? You think you can lock me up?" Then, the man frantically attacked the light pillars. The light pillars vibrated again and again. Every time he attacked, cracks appeared on several light pillars. However, the light pillars quickly healed and trapped the man. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Lu Chen, I am a Buddha. The 10 ancient gods of the heavens will work together to suppress the heavenly demonic fiend. Senior Buddha, Lu Chen, we can hold on for at most another 5 years. After 5 years, we will no longer be able to suppress this person. Therefore, the only one who can save the world is you. But I am no longer the original solipsistic. Lu Chun, I know that your faith has collapsed. I won't force you. Everything has its cause and effect. You can't force it. I'm just telling you that if you take action, you only have 5 years left. Once you miss it, everything will be irreversible. Chapter 1552. Lu Chen returned to his island and continued to fish and farm leisurely every day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, she came to Lu Chen's residence. She sighed and walked over to the motionless figure on the distant reef. After calling out a few times, Lu Chen finally came back to his senses. Lu Chen, Shi, when did you come? I've been here for a while. Shi sat beside Lu Chen. She looked at the empty fish basket beside Lu Chen and laughed. You didn't catch any fish today? No. The two of them were silent for a moment before she suddenly sighed. Lu Chen, your mind isn't on fishing. Lu Chen did not say anything. She continued. You're not a heartless person. Why do you have to act like this? You've always been worried about Earth. Even though it's not your world, it's still your home. Lu Chen, face your feelings. If you don't do anything, no one will be able to stop the heavenly demonic fiend. Lu Chen remained silent. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't reply, Shi sighed and put down a recording stone. This is a recording stone from Earth. If you want to see it, just activate it. Shi left, leaving only Lu Chen to fish alone in the sea. He tilted his head and glanced at the shadow stone. It wasn't activated. Who knew what those clear eyes of his were thinking? In the past few years, she had recorded the scenes of Ninth Heaven and spread them to the Jiuqian. The heavenly demonic fiendish qi had formed, and the Jiuqian tribes did not know how to deal with it. That was a creature from the Jiuqian, the ruler of the 9 heavens domain. Even if the ancient gods took action, they could only seal him for 5 years. As for the others, they were completely powerless against such a terrifying creature. This was especially true for Earth. The heavenly demon fiend had singled out Earth for destruction. In these few years, the billions of people on Earth could only wait for death. At the same time, the heavenly demonic fiend was trapped in the 10 great ancient gods trap formation and was furious. He knew that the scene of him being trapped was being broadcasted, so he deliberately exposed Lu Chen's background and let people know the true identity of the solipsistic. This news also caused a huge uproar. So Mad God isn't an earthling at all. He's a jackalen? It must be very painful to be deceived by the people closest to you. The heavenly demon fiend said that solipsistic has lost his fighting spirit and is no longer the Mad God he used to be. Even if Mad God was at his peak state, he wouldn't be a match for the heavenly demonic fiend, let alone now that he has lost his will to fight. He's not even a human, so he probably won't help us fight the heavenly demonic fiend. Doesn't that mean we have no hope at all? However, just as everyone on Earth was prepared to face destruction, a large number of immortal cultivators were rushing to Earth. There were so many people that it was simply a spectacular sight. There were the Beishue family, the National Army, the Jingguang Temple, the Dongfang family, and hundreds of other families. There were the immortal cultivators from the 8 countries in the 5th heaven, a large number of immortal cultivators from the country of origin, the headquarters of the 100 Immortal Academy in the 6th heaven, the Immortal Army in the 7th heaven, and the gods of various races in the 8th heaven. All the teleportation portals on Earth were operating at an unimaginable speed day and night. Hundreds of millions of experts and major races were rushing to Earth. Among the many visitors, the most eye-catching ones were the 8 supreme gods. As everyone knew, Lu Chen had once fought the 8 supreme gods to the death, but now the 8 supreme gods had come to Earth as well. Many people were worried that the 8 supreme gods were waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, the 8 supreme gods had come to the Jotian Alliance on Earth to discuss a strategy with the Great Wall of Iron and Blood. Looking at the various immortals and gods in the hall, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood felt pressured. Thank you for your help. Hong Jun interrupted. Hong Meng's face darkened as he interrupted the Great Wall of Iron and Blood. Enough of this nonsense. After the heavenly demon fiend took form, He already possessed the strength to leave the nine heavens domain. He himself said that he wanted to destroy the nine heavens and 10,000 worlds. Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. The destruction of Earth is just the beginning. That's right, Kongu said. No matter what the grudge between us and Lu Chun is, now is not the time to be calculative. Finding a way to block the heavenly demonic fiend is the most important thing. In the past few years, the 8 of us have found some helpers in the various sacred grounds of the 8 heavens. We might not be unable to fight. The great wall of iron and blood opened his eyes wide. The helpers that the supreme gods found are the 10 ancient gods that use the innate hidden dragon formation to trap the heavenly demonic fiend. Kongu said they will come to Earth in 2 days. There are also Pangu, Nuwa, Nine Nether, and other ancient gods that cross through the space-time turbulence. However, their strength was affected by the time they crossed over and cannot reach the strength of their original bodies. But at least they are a force that cannot be ignored. When the various leaders of the Alliance heard this, their hearts started to beat faster. With the help of these powerful beings, they might really be able to block the heavenly demonic fiend. In other words, Earth still had hope. Sure enough, the next day, the primordial gods and Buddhas descended on Earth. Then, the Dream-Eater Beast, the Nightmare Taper, the Chaos Sword God, the Primordial Beginning Spiritual Master, the Apocalyptic War God, the Chaos Heavenly Master, and other hidden experts that no one had ever heard of arrived one after another. A few days later, Pangu, Nine Nether, Nuwa, Kwafu, Shinon, the Descendants, the Taoist 3 Pure Ones, a group of gods that were in the early stage of opening the heavens, descended. In a short period of time, the most powerful beings in the Jiuqian actually gathered in this remote place of Earth. The arrival of the powerful beings gave the people of Earth a glimmer of hope. 5 years of time between hope and despair, anticipation and worry had finally arrived. In the image stone given by the Jingwei clan, the heavenly demonic emperor broke the innate hidden dragon formation and roared. The Jiuqian shook. Then everyone watched as the heavenly demonic fiend entered the teleportation formation that led to Earth. The 5 years were up. The omen stone disappeared again, and the image on the image stone stopped abruptly. However, the people did not need to look at the image stone anymore, because everyone knew that Earth would be the final battlefield in the next battle. The heavenly demonic fiend had already left through the portal. The Jiuqian was empty, and the 9 portals were still faintly glowing. Suddenly, the portal that led to the 8th heaven lit up, and a lonely figure walked out of the portal. Only the heavenly demonic fiend and one other person could enter the Jiuqian. Lu Chun looked back at the portal that led to Earth, took a deep breath, and walked in another direction. Not long after, Lu Chun stood in front of the Tower of Babel. After hesitating for a while, he stepped into the 9th level of the Tower of Babel. It was not hard to imagine that if the heavenly demonic fiend was still in the 9th heaven, the boss of this level would be him. After all, he was the only one in the 9th heaven. Since the heavenly demonic fiend was not there, it meant that there was no one guarding the Tower of Babel at this moment. Lu Chun looked around and found the stairs that led to the top. He walked up the stairs step by step. Above the 9th level, the ground was burning and lightning was everywhere. It was like hell on earth. In the endless flames and lightning, Lu Chun saw the figure whose limbs were locked by the heavenly chains and was suffering endless punishment. That person's hair was messy, and his face was lifeless. However, he still raised his head slightly and tried to open his eyes. When he saw the person at the door, he smiled slightly. Chun-er. Chapter 1553. Lu Yuan had been imprisoned in the sky-piercing prison for decades, suffering the merciless punishment of the heavens for decades. Lu Yuan no longer looked human. If it weren't for his twinkling eyes, Lu Chun would have thought he was dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart, and it was extremely complicated. Chun-er, you're finally here. Come here and let me see you. The man's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation as he looked at Lu Chen eagerly. Lu Chen's eyes were wet as he walked over to Lu Yuan. "My son has grown up." Lu Yuan looked gently at Lu Chen and said with relief. Lu Chen's lips curled downwards. Soon, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm not your son," Lu Chen said with difficulty. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Impossible, you're Chen. There's no way I wouldn't remember what you look like. Even if you grew up to be an adult, I wouldn't mistake you for someone else." Lu Yuan had obviously misunderstood. "You're a human, and I'm a jackallen. How could you be my father?" Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. "You already know." Lu Chen nodded and looked up at Lu Yuan. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you keep me in the dark? Were you afraid that I wouldn't protect Earth and Lu Yi if I knew who I was? You didn't fully trust me from the beginning, did you?" Lu Chen questioned. "You just wanted me to be your test subject to complete your guide plan." Lu Yuan was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. "No, it's not like that. It's not like that," Lu Chen said angrily. "You used the demonic blood to reconstruct my body so that I could find the life-reversing set. You had Mu Xian and the people of the mountain guide me, step by step, until today, so that I could resist the heavenly, demonic fiend." Lu Yuan closed his eyes in pain. After a moment, he opened them again. "Chen, you're right, but you've misunderstood our intentions." "What starting point?" Lu Yuan smiled and let out a long sigh. "By chance, I entered outer space through a crack in the seventh heaven and obtained a clue about the celestial demon Wu Tian. After learning about the ability of the Life Reverser suit, I knew that it was a piece of equipment that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. The fate of Earth is at stake, and we urgently need the birth of a powerhouse. It's a pity that my talent is limited. Although I was a true immortal back then, I was only a sixth tribulation true immortal. In the future, I would not be able to control the fate reversal of the celestial demon. It was at that time that your mother, Xing Kai, and I met you. We reshaped your body and turned you into a human. As for me, I have placed all my hopes on you. In those years, I gave up on cultivation and spent all my time on the guide plan, and the core of this plan was you. At that time, I hoped that the result would be that Earth would do its best to nurture you alone and let you grow quickly. This way, you would be able to grow before Earth's coordinates lose their effectiveness." Lu Chen frowned. "Give all the resources on Earth to me alone?" "Yes, because you were born with the power of both celestial and demon. Mu Xian and the people in the mountains will guide you and let you grow faster." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "I've always been alone, and Earth's resources have been given to others." Lu Yuan nodded. "When the heavenly Demonfians tortured me, they mentioned this. I didn't expect that after entering the Jiuqian, you would turn into your original body. Because of this, your development has exceeded my expectations. But this is also a good thing. You're stronger than I expected. That's not the point. The point is that Xing Kai and I never thought of using you to protect Earth." Lu Yuan seemed a little agitated. "We didn't tell you about your background, because before you came into contact with the Jiuqian heavenly domain, you couldn't understand it at all. And by the time you grew up, Xing Kai had already fallen, and I was already imprisoned in this Heaven's Passage prison. Chen, whether you're a human or a jackallen, you have my and Xing Kai's blood in your body. You're our child. We've never thought of using you." Lu Yuan stared fixedly into Lu Chen's eyes. "Isn't it natural for a father to pass on a mission he can't complete to his son? Isn't it normal for a father to pass on a planet he can't protect, a fate he can't change, and a life he can't save to his son? Chen, Xing Kai and I have always been proud of you since you were very young. No matter what you were in the past, in our eyes, you're our flesh and blood. The Jackallen clan went extinct, and I couldn't do anything about it. Many weak worlds were destroyed, and no one cared. But Chen, you have to care. You're a descendant of the Jackallen clan, a child of the human race. You know that the weak have their purpose, and you shouldn't let the tragedy repeat itself." With a boom, a thick bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had already turned into a mortal, but a mortal wouldn't be able to withstand a bolt of heavenly lightning like this. This meant that the heavenly demon fiend didn't want to keep Lu Yuan alive any longer. After he transformed, he wanted to kill him. Seeing this, Lu Qin's eyes widened. Before he could fully digest what Lu Yuan had said, he instinctively pounced on Lu Yuan. The heavenly lightning struck Lu Qin directly. With Lu Qin's cultivation, this level of strength didn't matter. But then, countless bolts of heavenly lightning and earthly fire pounced on Lu Qin. "Run!" Lu Yuan shouted. "This is the sky-piercing prison, and the heavenly punishment here is endless. No matter how strong you are, there's a limit to it. You can't withstand it." Lu Qin summoned his spirit shield to protect Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Qin finally understood that in his heart, Lu Yuan had always been his father. "No, I won't go," Lu Qin roared. "No matter how strong the heavenly punishment is, I will save you." Endless bolts of lightning and earthly fire attacked Lu Qin's spirit shield. Lu Qin's spirit power was greatly depleted. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Qin, tears falling. "Qin, you're still the same Qin. Since you were young, you always protected Lu Yi at all costs. Since the heavenly demon fiend wants to kill me, it means that he is already transformed. He said that once he leaves the sky-piercing tower, the first thing he will destroy is my world. Qin, my body is locked in the shackles of heavenly punishment, and I can't break free. The heavenly punishment is endless, and even you can't withstand it. Don't think about saving me anymore. My life is complete. Death is more like a release for me. The heavenly demon fiend has already gone to Earth. Go back quickly. There are more things you need to protect there. It's a pity that I didn't see Yi again." Run! Endless bolts of heavenly lightning and earthly fire had already submerged Lu Qin's spirit shield. Lu Qin's nostrils flared as he roared. "I have a way to save you. Infinite substitution." Lu Qin didn't hesitate to use infinite substitution. Chapter 1554. The soil in Lu Qin's hand quickly changed and clung onto Lu Yuan's body until it completely covered Lu Yuan's skin and turned into Lu Yuan's appearance. Immediately after, Lu Yuan was replaced. Lu Yuan's face was filled with shock. What's going on? I'm out?" Lu Qin pulled Lu Yuan up and quickly escaped from the heaven-penetrating prison just as the spirit shield was about to shatter. The Jiuqian was not safe for Lu Yuan, so Lu Qin wanted to bring Lu Yuan there. "To the polar star," Lu Yuan said. Lu Qin was stunned for a moment, but quickly recalled that it was the planet where his mother died. It was also the place his father wanted to go the most. The two quickly arrived at the polar star. The two came to the place where Lu Qin used to cultivate. "Qin, you shouldn't have wasted the infinite substitute on me." Lu Yuan finally brought up this matter. Lu Qin did not speak. "Qin, are you still angry at me for not telling you the truth?" Lu Qin shook his head. "I've already heard the answer I wanted from you. I don't hate you." Then, Lu Qin took a deep breath and said, "Father, you should rest here first. I've already asked the Jingwei clan to come and protect you." "Where are you going?" Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. "I still have one last thing to do," Lu Qin said faintly. Just as Lu Qin was about to leave, he stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around and hugged Lu Yuan tightly. Lu Yuan could feel Lu Qin's body trembling. His eyes were also filled with tears as he hugged his son tightly. The two did not say anything, but at this moment, it was more than 1,000 words. After a long time, Lu Qin released his hands and turned his head to wipe the corners of his eyes. "Thank you." Lu Yuan held back his tears and squeezed out a smile. "Silly child this time. You must be careful. Your mother and I will wait for your return." It seemed that Lu Yuan had already guessed what Lu Qin was going to do next. Lu Qin nodded heavily, turned around, and vanished from the spot. Lu Yuan looked at the world around him. The environment here was very similar to that of Earth, so he didn't feel any pressure as a mortal living here. "Xingkai, you knew that I would come, so you modified this place to be like Earth?" Lu Yuan gently stroked the ground and knelt down, pressing his face against the ground. "Xingkai, our son has grown up. As she spoke, she allowed her tears to seep into the soil. Not long after, Hun Shi came to Polar Star and found Lu Yuan. I'm Hun Shi. Lu Chan told me to temporarily guarantee your safety. Hun, she said, did he return to Earth? Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't say, but I know he will definitely go back. That is his hometown. Hun Shi didn't know what to say. The more he understood Lu Chan, the more he understood just how much pain he had gone through and how cruel his fate had been. His journey has never been easy. During those years in our tribe, when I saw him depressed, I actually felt relieved for him, said Hun Shi with a sigh. However, Hun Shi quickly became spirited again, and even his voice became much louder. However, I always believed that he would definitely return. The former king, the strongest person who looked down on Jiutian, the one who defied the heavens and changed fate, the solipsistic, will definitely return. In the sky above Huaxia on earth, many gods stood in the void. On the ground, there were countless cultivators from all walks of life. Adding in the people of earth, there were hundreds of millions of people waiting. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart, and dark clouds covered the sky. The sun was blocked, and day became night. The huge pressure made it hard for people to breathe. A wild laughter pierced through the sky, shaking the universe. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect so many people to be waiting for me. Tisk tiske tiske, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao, Primordial Buddha, Wui, Sword God, and even people from beyond the heavens are here. It seems that you still want to struggle. A black figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this person, everyone's nerves tensed up. Heavenly Demonic Fiend. The consciousness of Jiuqian that had absorbed countless spiritual energy had manifested, and it had used the creatures outside the divine gate to create a super strong body. He was a Jiuqian, and the Jiuqian was him. Unfortunately, your struggle is a joke in my eyes. The heavenly demonic fiend sneered. None of you can stop me from destroying Earth. With so many people gathered here, it has saved me a lot of trouble. Not bad, not bad. The primordial Buddha narrowed his eyes. The Jiuqian gave birth to such a terrifying demon. Heavenly demonic fiend. Why do you want to destroy the Jiutian races and worlds? Why? The heavenly demonic fiend looked at the primordial Buddha coldly. You tell me why? Don't you think your question is ridiculous? Heaven and earth give birth to all things. Since there is creation, there is destruction. This is the heavenly Tao. The primordial Buddha snorted. I think you just want to destroy the Jiutian races and give yourself true freedom. So what if I am? Only when I break free from the shackles of the Tower of Babel can I continue my mission in a broader realm. Obviously, an existence like the heavenly demonic fiend could not be convinced with just a few words. Now, there's only one way out. Fight! 10 sides, heavenly armor formation. The primordial Buddha shouted, and everyone quickly set up a defensive formation. Formation? Unfortunately, you can't stop me. The heavenly demonic fiend snorted. 10 sides, heavenly armor formation? Then I'll destroy all 10 sides. Heaven-destroying palm. A palm print fell from the sky, spanning thousands of miles, bringing with it a raging fire as it pressed down on the ground. You want to break the formation? Have you asked the sword in my hand? The Wui sword god narrowed his eyes. The beginning of chaos, Star's sword Tao. 13 flying swords shot toward the palm print. In an instant, 13 different colored sword chis blocked the giant palm print like 13 stone pillars. The heavenly demonic fiend narrowed his eyes. Sword Tao is quite good, but you can't stop me. After saying that, the heavenly demonic fiend added more spiritual energy. Instantly, an extremely strong pressure pressed down. The Wui sword god held on for a few seconds, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and smashed into the ground. Immediately after, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. In the sky, 13 rings of chi surged out one after another, and the clouds within thousands of miles were scattered by these layers of chi ripples. We can't let this palm hit us. Scatter his spiritual energy. The primordial Buddha shouted angrily. The heaven-destroying palm rumbled down. The remaining 9 ancient gods, the almighties who came through the turbulence, and the 8 paramount gods all attacked. Countless techniques went up to meet it. Spiritual energy collided again and again, and the eastern sky was dyed red. Damn it, this guy is too strong, Pangu said angrily. If only my main body was here. Don't talk nonsense. Your original body is no match for him. Before the Tower of Babel existed in the primal chaos, the 9 heavens domain had absorbed the spirit chi of the myriad worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. Its strength is even more terrifying. 9 Nether attacked, while also attacking Pangu. The ancient gods have already transcended the world, but the heavenly demonic fiend is getting stronger all the time. Didn't you see that the hidden dragon array of the 10 ancient gods could only trap him for 5 years? TCH, you are also no match for him. Pangu said, Damn it, we have already hit that kid's home. Is he still not coming out? 9 Nether did not disagree this time. Since ancient times, only he has reached the 9 heavens. He is also the only one who can fight with the heavenly demonic fiend. But after so many things, will he still protect the common people like before? 9 Nether and Pangu fell silent. Forget it. Let's not talk about that kid. Let's deal with the heavenly demonic fiend first. Chapter 1555. The heavenly demonic wraith faced hundreds of millions of cultivators without fear. His heaven-annihilating palm was enough to crush them all. Even though everyone had worked together to break through his attack, the difference in strength between the two sides was enough to make them feel the pressure on the defending side. The heavenly demonic wraith laughed coldly. As expected of a bunch of ants. I'm just warming up, and you're already in such a sorry state. How boring. I like to see how long you can last. Heavenly Tao, sovereign skill. Heavenly sword Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-meter-long giant sword condensed in the sky and descended rapidly from 10,000 meters in the sky. Even the air close to the giant sword seemed to be torn apart by the sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth churned, scattered, and burned. Flames lit up the sky. A mere 10 directions formation can block my sword. The heavenly demonic wraith stood proudly in the sky, looking down on everyone like a divine king. What a powerful sword Tao. Sword God Wui's eyes widened, and then a trace of determination flashed through his eyes. Everyone, this sword's sword energy is ferocious. Please lend me a hand. The 10 ancient gods immediately transferred their spiritual energy to Sword God's body, and his internal injuries were instantly healed. Sword God's body shone brightly, and the 13 swords merged into one, transforming into a rainbow-colored sword of light. 13 heavenly crystal swords, fight with me. Sword God roared, and his entire body merged with the 13 heavenly crystal swords, transforming into a rainbow-colored streak of light that shot into the sky. Heavenly Tao, sovereign skill, sword Tao clash. The two streaks of sword energy collided in the sky, and the powerful impact instantly swept across the entire world, shaking the entire earth. Huge waves rose on the ocean thousands of kilometers away, and countless snowy mountains collapsed. The ground cracked, and houses collapsed. This was a battle that took place in the sky, and the ground was protected by the 10 directions heavenly armor formation. Just the shockwaves from this collision almost destroyed Earth. However, what people were concerned about wasn't the disaster brought about by the shockwaves. In the sky, Sword God Wui shot back like a cannonball, and the 10 ancient gods all spat out blood. The primordial fiend god saw that Sword God had lost control of his body, and he hurriedly adjusted his internal energy, transforming into a giant hand to dissipate the remaining energy. Even so, the primordial fiend god's palm had to retreat close to 1,000 meters before it dissipated the remaining energy on Sword God's body. The The sword god spat out several mouthfuls of blood as he looked at the heavenly demonic fiend in shock. So strong. He might not be stronger than me in the way of the sword, but in terms of spiritual power, the spiritual power of the heavenly demonic fiend is too terrifying. In terms of comprehension, the 10 ancient gods weren't any weaker than the heavenly demonic specter. In some aspects, they were even stronger than the heavenly demonic specter. However, the Jiuqian had been developing for an unknown period of time, and the heavenly demonic specter had been crazily absorbing spiritual energy. In this aspect, even the ancient gods couldn't compare. With just one strike, the 10 strongest ancient gods of the defending army were unexpectedly injured at the same time. Most importantly, they were no longer in their peak condition after consuming a large amount of spiritual energy. Then, he looked at the heaven-piercing Devil Emperor. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be getting braver as the battle went on. What 10 ancient gods? They're just some old antiques. The heavenly demonic fiend raised his chin slightly and looked down at everyone. Don't the 10 of you like to trap me? Let's see what ability you have to stop me. So what if you have more people? Even the 10 great ancient gods are my match. I can kill all the remaining people with one move. Countless earthlings looked at the figure in the sky, their hearts filled with grief. This is the strength of the ninth heaven. It's too terrifying. This guy is simply undefeatable. Even those gods aren't his match. Who else can save us? The ninth heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain. The difference in strength between the ninth heaven and the eighth heaven is like the difference between heaven and earth. The ninth heaven, that's right, there's another person in the ninth heaven. It was unknown who said this. Everyone thought of that person, other than the heavenly demonic fiend. He was the only man who had entered the ninth heaven. However, when they thought of him, they also thought of his origin. Jack Allen. The last time the immortals of the seventh heaven had invaded, he had returned to Earth early and made arrangements in advance. With his own strength, he had blocked the Jiutian immortals. However, this time, the heavenly demonic fiend was about to start a massacre, but he hadn't appeared yet. This meant that he wouldn't come. At the same time, in the center of the 10 directions heavenly armor array, the immortals were rapidly building an altar. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Yi beside her and said, Lu Yi, if your brother doesn't come back, then this altar might be useless. Lu Yi seemed to be in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she was in a hurry. Goddess Nuwa, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Yi. This child should be very nervous. I said, if Lu Chun doesn't come back, then our preparations will be meaningless, and you don't need to. Thinking of Lu Yi's fate, Goddess Nuwa couldn't bear to continue. Lu Yi looked at the altar in a daze and said faintly, Goddess Nuwa, I hope that my brother can come back, but I'm also afraid that he will come back. I've always wanted to tell him that no matter what race he is, he will always be my brother. But the heavenly demonic fiend is too strong. I'm worried about him. As she spoke, Lu Yi's eyes were already wet. Mother Nuwa let out a sigh. I understand. At that moment, the heavenly demonic fiend had heavily injured the 10 ancient gods and was in high spirits. He used the apocalyptic sword rain, and countless swords rained down. According to Jiuqian, this was an AoE skill. The specialty of AoE skills was that they had a wide range, but their individual damage was weak. However, such an AoE skill was simply a disaster when used by the heavenly demonic fiend. The gods and immortals already had to use all their strength to deal with 1 or 2 swords. The ancient gods with weak spiritual energy could only barely block a small area. Even more swords rained down on the 10 sides heavenly armor array. 9 nether, block more. Otherwise, who knows how many people will be injured. Pangu roared angrily and used Genesis Splitter to disperse the sword rain. Do I need you to teach me? 9 nether was not to be outdone. Unfortunately, there were only ancient gods who had transmigrated, and their strength was greatly reduced. Dozens of ancient gods who had lost control were unable to completely block the apocalyptic sword rain. In an instant, a large amount of sword chi rained down on the 10 sides heavenly armor array. In an instant, the countless immortals, cultivators, and earthlings supporting the array were injured by the terrifying attack. Looking from midair, wherever the sword rain went, there was a mist of blood. Knowing this, earthlings could truly feel the terrifying attack power of the heavenly demonic fiend. Under the weakening of the defensive array, millions of people were directly knocked unconscious, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. How terrifying! It's over, it's all over. This time, Earth is really finished. The great wall of iron and blood stared at the figure in the sky, his eyes full of despair. Unfortunately, the mad god is no longer the mad god of the past. Otherwise, he would never watch Earth perish. Li Muhua was seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to move. Unfortunately, there were too many people around who were seriously injured like him, and no one had the time to treat him. Of course, if Earth was going to be destroyed, it did not matter whether he was treated or not. Li Muhua looked at the sky helplessly. The first thing that came to his mind was that guy. Chen, I'm dying. I don't blame you for not coming back this time. It's a pity that in the few years after I found out about your background, you never came back even once. I didn't even have the chance to talk to you again. It's your fault for rising so high, Brad. Well, it seems that I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Actually, I really want to tell you that no matter if you're a Jackalin or a human, you're still my good brother. Being able to meet you in this lifetime is the proudest thing for me. Li Muhua, good brother, live well. Chapter 1556. The 10 ancient gods have been entangled with the heavenly demonic fiend for a long time, but even they could not block the attacks of the heavenly demonic fiend. Every time the heavenly demonic fiend used a group attack, a large number of cultivators who provided spiritual energy for the 10 sides heavenly armor formation died. Heavenly Tao, sovereign skill, myriad tool destruction. The heavenly demonic fiend emperor roared. At this time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The elements in the sky were changing wildly. Wind, fire, ice, lightning, and other elements were fusing together. Finally, the elements fused into an endless black fog that pressed down. This guy actually fused with the chaos. The primordial god and Buddha looked at the black fog in shock. Prajna, formless palm, quickly block the myriad tool destruction. The 10 ancient gods, the ancient god of transmigration, the gods, and the immortals all attacked together. Countless skills blasted toward the black fog. However, even if they worked together, they still had their own strengths. The various skills could not be stacked. Millions of skills blasted toward the sky, but they still could not block the myriad tool destruction. In an instant, the ancient gods were seriously injured. The 10 sides heavenly armor formation collapsed instantly. Blood mist spread out on the ground. Countless cultivators' spiritual cores were damaged and could not get up. Ha ha ha, you want to stop me? What a joke. I have already said that you're all ants in my eyes. The heavenly demonic fiend laughed wildly. I want to bring destruction to all the worlds. Now I will destroy this world. First, I will kill all of you. Come, let me see the strength of these new servants I have recruited. Heavenly Tao, sovereign skill, chaos, divine soldiers. With a command, the heavenly demonic fiend emperor summoned millions of divine soldiers. These divine soldiers were completely black, like shadows. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that these divine soldiers were the creatures that came out of the heavenly gate. But now, their eyes were dull and their bodies were completely black. Seeing the divine soldiers in the sky, everyone was in despair. The heavenly demonic fiend emperor's strength was terrifying and could be said to be unsurpassable. But he could still summon so many heavenly gate creatures. It's over, we can't stop them. The sword god of Wui held his chest. He had already tried his best, but he could not stop the heavenly demonic fiend emperor. So, this is the strength of the ninth heaven. No wonder we are not qualified to enter the 8th level. Kongu's eyes were hollow, and then he smiled in despair. I, Kongu, have cultivated for thousands of years. I have cut my way through so many obstacles. I have abandoned so much and lost so much. However, in the end, I am still a frog at the bottom of the well. Damn it, how can this heavenly devil fiend be so strong? Pangu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even my true body is no match for him. Nine Nether said, if you hadn't killed me back then, I would be even stronger than him now. Cut the crap. You're no better than him. What's the point of saying all this now? Everyone is doomed. The 10 sides heavenly armor formation had been destroyed, the ancient gods had been defeated, and the immortals of the master gods were far from being a match for the heavenly devilish wraith. At this moment, the powerful creatures within the Million Heaven Gate rushed down from the sky. Li Shang closed his eyes and painfully said, in the end, we still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. If Chinner was still here. At that moment, an unknown earthling shouted at the top of his lungs, please save us. It doesn't matter if you are from the jackal race or the human race. You are the Earth's god of war. You are the Earth's guardian god. Even if he didn't mention that name, everyone knew who he was talking about. More and more people began to call out to that Jackallen. From the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, you are a solipsistic. Jackallen or human, you are a solipsistic. You once protected Earth, once fought for the entire human race, once fought for the Jotian race. You are not the Earth War God. You are the Jotian War God. Lu Chun, did you hear that? Please save us. Jotian War God. Jotian War God. Jotian War God. Pangan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the people who were shouting that name like they were possessed. There were earthlings, humans, and 10,000 races. There were cultivators, immortals of 10,000 races, and gods of the heavens. Everyone was calling out to the Jotian War God. Panga took a deep breath and exhaled, stinking brat. Did you hear that? They're all calling out to you. This time, they're not praying for the gods to descend, nor are they praying for the heavens to protect them. The person they're all calling out to is you. Lu Yao listened to the cries of countless people around him, and his heart beat faster. Was this what his father had left behind? He had no military rank, no path to immortality, and no belief in the world. He was just a mortal. However, everyone's hope was on a mortal at this moment. Father, you'll come back, right? Mu Sheng, Jiu Kong Luo Yao, Ling Long, Li Wei Xen Lung Na, Feng Lingzi, Zhenwei Yanran, Ling Shuang, Bei Shue Qingling. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sky. It was as if that familiar figure had appeared in front of their eyes again. Ha ha! Are you still counting on the solipsistic? Tontion demonic fiend laughed wildly. He won't come. He's no longer the solipsistic from before. Although that kid hasn't become a demon, without the support of faith, he's no different from others. Now, I'm afraid he won't even dare to fart when he sees me. Go to hell, all of you. Chaos soldiers, kill them all. Men, women, old, and young, leave no one alive. However, just as Tontion demonic fiend finished speaking, suddenly, in the direction of the sky, a bright light pierced through the thick black fog. In the sky, a huge dragon spread its 10 pairs of wings, stirring up the wind and clouds, and was flying towards them. It's its 10 wings. Lu Yi held Xiao Min's hand excitedly. I knew it. Boss will definitely come. Although Xiao Min had lost most of her memories, at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I've always believed that Dad would come. The medicine boy's voice was a little choked. Of course he'll come. Who asked him to be the solipsistic? On the dragon's head, a person stood with his hands behind his back. His black and white robe fluttered violently in the wind, and his long hair was lifted by the wind, dancing wantonly. His face looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old, but in his eyes there was a vicissitude and frost that didn't match his appearance. He seemed to have seen through many things and understood many things. However, his eyes were as firm as they were in the beginning. 10 wings, faster. Roar! A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and 10 wings sped up again. When they saw that person, that dragon, countless people had tears in their eyes. It's him. He's back. He's back. He knows that there are no more of his people in this world, but he still came. Pango hugged Nine Nether's shoulder and said in a trembling voice, "This brat, he's finally here. Luckily, I didn't misjudge him. No wonder Nuwa thinks so highly of him. This brat really didn't disappoint." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.